rail. It's like a handrail. Kind of like if you imagine this, like the same height as it. You imagine this just being sort of like a fence, and there's like a little gate. That's symbolic. I mean, it's just like you know, the commoners aren't allowed. I think we might charge her. Would you guys sign Aaron Rodgers? Yeah.
Ask him. Good morning and welcome to docket number 250104, PURA's annual review of the rate adjustment mechanisms of the United Illuminating Company. We're here this morning for an evidentiary hearing in this matter with an agenda in front of us today. Understand that we have a large witness panel, so maybe I'll first take appearances. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Gillette. Brendan Vaughn of Keegan Whirlin on behalf of the United Illuminating Company. Also appearing but not present is Daniel Venora.
Thank you. Let's see, Attorney McCorney.
Good morning. Sorry, I wasn't sure this was on. Good morning. Allison McCorney for the Office of Consumer Counsel, joined today by Tom Wheel.
Thank you. I think I see Attorney Marshall.
Good morning, Ashley Marshall on behalf of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the attorneys have any administrative matters before we begin this morning? Nothing, Attorney?
I wanted to just flag on the witness list, which I know is quite large. I did want to note that Ms. Theberge and Mr. Jessup were unable to attend, and their discovery responses will be adopted by Ms. Van Luling. And Mr. Roby is also unable to attend. His discovery response that he co-sponsored will be adopted by Mr. Boria. So we were able to pare that down slightly.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Roby is being adopted by Mr. Boria, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Very good, thank you. Any other administrative matters? All right, seeing none, we will move into swearing in the witness panel. Attorney Vaughn, maybe we can identify the primary witnesses up here, and then I will swear them in, unless you have a better suggestion.
I don't know if it's better. I looked at what we did last year, and I think what we did was have all of the witnesses stand and identify themselves, sworn in, and then I asked direct of the named witnesses on the 3 filings.
Okay.
And then I directed a question to the panel on discovery. If that feels unwieldy, I'm happy to do it however you'd prefer.
No, I think that works. So if there are witnesses in the audience, then I just ask them to approach and stand and introduce themselves, and then we'll administer the oath en masse. So I can give everyone a chance to get up here, please.
Thank you very much.
And if once they're up, you can start identifying them, please.
Just stay right there. I'd ask the witness panel to state their names and positions for the record, beginning with Ms. Van Luling, working our way down.
Andrea Van Luling, I'm the controller of Avangrid Networks.
Jacob Hurwitz, Senior Director of Revenue Requirements at Avangrid, here on behalf of UI.
Mark Holcomb, Manager of Pricing for UI.
Mike Pertel, Director of Advanced Load Forecasting for Avangrid.
Christy Prescott, Director of Wholesale Power Contracts for United Illuminating. Rosa, Senior Manager, EV Programs and Products for Avangrid.
David Sullins, Lead Analyst, Avangrid.
Jim Clemente, Director, Transmission Analytics.
Mike Brea, Senior Manager, Delivery Programs and Products for Avangrid.
John Stanley, Principal Analyst, UI.
Brian Sullivan, Manager of Supplier Relations.
Lisa Russell, Revenue Recovery. Katarina Miller, Principal Analyst, UI.
Mike Crowley, Manager, Clean Energy Policy, UI. Rob Whalen, Clean Energy Policy Manager, UI.
Senior Manager. Kathleen Wasserman, Supervisor, Credit Collections.
Joel Koplik, Director, Regulatory Filings and Processes for UI.
Esther Mary Jimenez.
Romero, Manager of Planning and Innovation and Development.
Rich Bastardo,
Finance Manager for. Dan Patel, General Manager of Royal Holdings.
Thank you. All right, so if all the witnesses could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath at the end of the oath. If you could affirm by saying I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. And the witnesses may be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Stanley, Ms. Miller, Mr. Clementi, Ms. Westbrook, Mr. Whelan, Mr. Tarakani, Mr. Crowley, Mr. Romero, and Mr. Rosa. As part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were filed as part of the company's known and measurable filing on January 15th, 2025, and marked as exhibits A, F1 through F3, G, and J?
Yes.
And Mr. Clementi, did you also review Exhibit G, K&M revised, filed as part of the company's proposed rates filing on February 18th, 2025?
Yes.
And do any of you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits?
No.
Do you adopt your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kolka, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were filed as part of the company's proposed rates filing on February 18th, 2025, and marked as Exhibit A, Attachment 1, which includes Exhibits C, F through I, and K through X, and Attachment 2?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits?
No.
Do you adopt your pre-filed direct testimony as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Mr. Kolka, Mr. Patel, and Mr. Hurwitz, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were filed as part of the company's March 3rd, 2025 full RAM filing and marked as exhibits A, B, D, F, G, H, I, and Y?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits?
Yes.
Mr. Patel, could you explain those changes?
Yeah, I have two minor corrections to note. One is the RAM narrative, Exhibit B, page 2, in the section 2 on the Exhibit D GSC, the final paragraph. Second sentence reads, the GSE allocation factor for total non-hardship uncollectible expense increased from 43.79%. That word increased should be changed to decreased.
Thank you. Do you have any other corrections?
I did. I had a spurious number in an exhibit. Exhibit D GSC on page 3, table row 22, under the column headed June 24, there's a number in that cell that should be deleted. It's 174045. It doesn't impact any formulas or any totals. It's just a spurious number. It was there as a check and it should have been deleted prior to filing.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Mr. Hurwitz, do you have any corrections to note for the record?
I do. I have two footnote related changes, both of which relate to Exhibit G provided on March 3rd, 2025, page 1. Footnote 2 is a lengthy footnote, and towards the end, it references line 4. The reference to line 4 should also include a reference to line 11. So what is currently line 4 should instead say lines 4 and 11. Similarly, footnote 3 should be removed in its entirety and replaced with the following. Docket number 240104, interim decision, page 11. The $11.5 million known and measurable adjustment includes $1.9 million related to RNS excess accumulated deferred income taxes, the recovery of which occurs over July 2024 to April 2025, or $190,000 per month.
Thank you. And subject to those corrections, do you adopt your pre-filed direct testimony as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And to the entire witness panel, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to any of your responses to interrogatories?
No.
No.
Do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. And lastly, Ms. Van Luling, are you familiar with interrogatories submitted in this case, sponsored or co-sponsored by Jack Jessup and April Theberge?
I am.
And for the purposes of admission into the record, do you adopt those interrogatory responses?
I do.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Okay, we'll turn first to cross by the authority staff, and I believe we're going to begin with Mr. Norton, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Norton. I'm with Authority Staff. I'll be handling questions this morning regarding the calculation of carrying charges, some of the responses around the LMP forecast provided by the company, alternative compliance payments, and some various interrogatory responses. So I want to begin this morning in reference to the company's March 3rd, 2025 filings, specifically on the topic of carrying charges within exhibits F, G, and H, or the NBFMCC, the TAC, and the SBC main filings. Specifically, the questions are on page 3 of each of these exhibits. As I said, the calculation of carrying charges. So my questions on these calculations are, is it true that the company is using the average monthly beginning and ending balances net of taxes to calculate the monthly carrying charges?
Just one moment. Mr. Norton, I think you got it, but just to make sure, could you please repeat your question?
Sure. Is it true that the company is using the average monthly beginning and ending balances net of taxes to calculate the monthly carrying charge?
Yes.
Okay. And for exhibit F, G, and H, is it true that the monthly carrying charge that is calculated is then added into the monthly ending balance figures being reported?
Yes.
Thank you. And those monthly ending balances being reported, which are inclusive of the cumulative calculated carrying charges up to that point, are then used for the next month's beginning balance in the new month's calculation of the average monthly balance, correct?
Correct.
Is it true then that in subsequent periods, the company is applying carrying charges on top of the prior month average balances that include carrying charge balances, thereby collecting carrying charge interest that would have a compounding effect instead of a simple effect?
That's correct. And just to provide some insight as to the thought process, consider, for example, interest expense. If it's by way of uh, background on the theory, the deferral balance represents effectively a capital outlay of the company that must be funded somehow. And just using the example of interest expense, if we had to fund the balance of the deferral last month using debt that attracted interest, well, we had to get the money for that interest somewhere too. And accordingly, consistent with the principles of corporate finance, we've reflected compounding interest in our RAM exhibit. So I also note that the approach we've used here is consistent with the approaches used in past RAM proceedings.
And this is Andrea, just to add on that, the carrying charge rate that is applied is just that 1 month's rate. So it's not the full annual rate so each month, and once it stops, you would stop the carrying charges on that amount.
Yeah. And what, am I clear on, you said it's, you said your corporate finance calls for, could you repeat that exactly how you put that?
I was saying, in effect, our approach is consistent with the principles of corporate finance.
Okay. Is there any other, anything else that the company would reference, either authority direction that would have lended itself to use this methodology? Versus, as I put it, versus calculating interest or carrying charges on these deferral balances in a manner that would present the interest accrued on a simple basis versus a compounding basis.
As far as I'm aware, there's no situation in which we would just apply, in your theory, like an annual carrying charge rate. Across the board for UI, historically, this is how we've always applied it, as well as all the other Connecticut entities. And I'm not aware of any other jurisdictions that don't look at it as a monthly calculation.
I also often, I know it can be difficult and complex to think about rate making, so I often benefit from thinking about examples in personal finance. And if you think about going out to get a mortgage, your bank's not going to let you calculate interest on a simple basis for the exact same reasons that we've reflected compounding interest here. It's a real cost and must be reflected in the calculation accordingly.
Okay, would the beginning balance used at the start of 2024 for each of these mechanisms also be inclusive of previously calculated carrying charges and be at least on an annual basis would be the same thing would essentially be happening where from a prior year, your deferral balance is not just an over or under collection, but it's inclusive of all cumulative carrying charges calculated.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on. And I'm going to move to interrogatory response, CAE 29. I believe that was sponsored by Mr. Hurwitz and Mr. Kolka. In regard to Eversource's submitted known and measurable adjustments to the NBFMCC and SBC for the January to April revenues that this interrogatory had referenced, the company states, quote, UI has not proposed a similar known and measurable adjustment because that is but one element that will drive changes in the company's deferral balances between December 2024 and April 2025, close quote. Since the current process for reconciling RAM components utilizes prior year actual expenditures as a proxy for setting rates, couldn't the company utilize the January to April 2024 actual costs and the forecasted revenue sales at current rates in order to estimate an over and under collection balance as of May 1st, 2025?
Theoretically, that would be possible. The question I would have is, where does the line get drawn for what constitutes a known and measurable adjustment? I think even in your question, you used words like estimate. I think you had another synonym for there, but I can't remember what it was. And to do what you described would involve a significant amount of peering into the future and arriving at a judgment as to what will happen in those first 4 months. Could it be done? Absolutely. But I would struggle with, where's the line between known and measurable and not known and measurable?
So my question specifically on the, my initial question was specific to the calculating the deferral balance, not necessarily coming up with known and measurables. So I don't know if that provides clarity to.
I do see what you're saying, but I think I'm going to stick with what I
Okay.
said the first time, because to do what you're describing and impute the deferral balance as of May 1st, 2025, you will have to make judgments as to revenues and expenses. And I do hear what you're saying, that is separate and apart from, there are two elements to each RAM component. There's the deferral balance and then the expectation of expenses in the future. And I think we say as much in this response. But to, as I understand it, do what you're describing and estimate the deferral balance as of May 1st, 2025, considering revenues, expenses, and all the factors that will cause that balance to vary. It seems to me that you would have to make some judgments as to what what exactly you think your expenses are going to be in those first 4 months and exactly what you think those revenues are going to be. And I think that does open up the question of what counts as known and measurable or not.
So the company's position would then be calculating the deferral balance at the end of the prior year. So in this case, the end of 2024 is more appropriate than following, because I think in the interrogatory 29 response, it sounded like the company was a bit more, was conceding that a deferral closer to May 1st, might be more appropriate. So is there a position the company has between the two?
A moment.
So what we've been trying to do here is stick to the processes that have been set. So a few years ago, this was the process that was established. And what's really critical for us from like a planning perspective for dealing with rating agencies, dealing with our budgeting, dealing with all the internal processes that go along with running a company is being able to know what are the rules of the game, what is the process. And so the process had been established. This is what we all did, the first year it came about. This is what we all did last year. And this is the process that we're following. So we're just trying to make sure that there's rules of the game and we're following the rules of the game, not trying to make any changes to those rules of the game so that we can, as a company, plan, know what's coming, understand, and run the business.
Yep, understood. Just to reference back to what I had been alluding to, the company had stated within interrogatory 29, quote, as an alternative approach to addressing the timing differences noted in the Eversource known and measurable filing, Pura could consider updating the December 31st, 2024 deferral balances incorporated in UI's rate computations in this proceeding to deferral balances that more closely align with the date rates in this proceeding take effect, close quote. So I guess my question somewhat restated again, is there a specific methodology that the company would maybe propose themselves in regard to using deferral balances that were calculated to this closer to the May 1st, 2025 date, as the interrog response kind of alludes to?
So like I mentioned before, we've made the proposal that we made, and we're sticking to the rules of the game. We're sticking to the process as established. I think there's a separate proceeding to look at the RAM that's been opened up, and maybe that's the time to discuss how it would change or any changes that would come out of that. And we'd be happy to do that during there. But for now, our position is this proposal that we've put forward.
I know the company in the response to CAE 29 provided attachment 1, which was which provided the same analysis that Eversource had provided for the NBF MCC and the SBC. I wanted to ask if the company could supplement CAE 29 to include a calculation for the TAC as well.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you. I'm going to move.
On that one, we're also going to include what it would have looked like for a couple of the previous years.
Sure.
Because I think you're going to see when we show that, you know, as we mentioned a couple of years ago when this new process was established, that it was going to cause variability. And sometimes it would be to customers' benefits and sometimes it would be to UI's benefit. This happens to be one of the years in which it's UI's benefit. But in the prior years, it was to customers' benefit. So it didn't come up of changing the methodology or like changing the rules of the game when it was to customers' benefit. So I do think it's important that we outline that so that you can see. I mean, we didn't make proposed changes when it was harmful to us. And we're not making proposed changes, you know, we're following the rules of the game.
Right, and I think our intent here is to get at, you know, an accurate rate at the end of the day. So whether that's end of 2024 or we're looking closer to May 1st, our goal is to obviously avoid windfalls and setbacks for the company ultimately. So I'm going to move on from there to interrogatory response CAE 31, sponsored by Mr. Stanley. And specifically, my question is the $58.8 million of potential extra revenue that the company estimates representative of the additional incremental increase in revenue the company could expect in 2025 when compared to what had been collected in 2024?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Is the $58.5 million of potential extra revenue that the company estimates representative of the additional incremental increase in revenue the company could expect in 2025 when compared to the revenues collected in 2024?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so assuming all other revenue and cost items were to remain the same in the NBF MCC and the updated LMP forecast were to materialize in 2025, the company would expect an additional $58.5 million of revenue in 2025 that wouldn't otherwise be factored in the May 1st, 2025 rate at this point.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the latest LMP forecast provided in interrogatory CAE 31. Can the company comment on what the main drivers are in 2025 for why LMP prices are expected to increase in this way? And maybe provide some commentary on what's happening in the wholesale market currently?
Generally speaking, prices in New England are based off natural gas prices and weather. We had what looked to be a cold winter coming up back at the end of 2024, and then that indeed happened. So that accounted for a lot of the gain. You'll see January and February were quite expensive this year relative to 2024. And then that's really just based on the vagaries of natural gas, to tell you the truth. The power market in New England is largely dependent on the natural gas, being that it is the primary fuel for generation. So I wouldn't be able to comment necessarily on the natural gas market.
Okay. Thank you. In regard to these forecasts provided, has the company ever performed any analysis of the historical accuracy of its LMP forecasts in these RAM proceedings?
Well, the forecast is generally the prior year's LMPs is what has been used as a forecast. Is that what you're saying, or the forecast at the end of the new year, so to speak? Are you talking about the forward forecast?
Yeah, the forward forecast. Has there been any analysis by the company of those, provided forecasts? And I guess I'm trying to understand a little bit of, if there were, what were the results of that analysis, and trying to understand the overall deviation that maybe we've seen in the past from, this prospective forecast at the beginning of the year versus outcome, and if the company has any insight into that.
I think we have done that analysis. I don't have that handy. Some years are closer than others, depending on the volatility, again, of the gas market. But that is readily available information.
Okay, thank you. Were the results of that analysis ever used and maybe reworked into forecasts that have been used in the future at all, or? Okay.
No.
Okay. And just so I heard you clear on that, it's not the prospective forecasts being provided in this proceeding to the authority are not just a prior year. You're not using like a proxy prior year. Did I hear you incorrect? It's an actual.
We're taking a snapshot of the market at the end of 2024, for instance, for 2025. So we think that's the most accurate depiction of what the forward LMPs, what the actual LMPs will end up being. Of course, that always changes the next day, the next week, et cetera.
I'd just like to add to Mr. Stanley's response. If you note in our known and measurable filing in January, we talk about the deviation between the actual LMPs year over year, but we have not presented a full analysis of more than year after year in the known and measurable to date. Most of that is really because there are a lot of fluctuations that are not really make it comparable for any prior periods. And again, trying to follow the instruction from the known and measurable to use the prior year actuals as a proxy, which is why we flag in the known and measurable the variation that can come from using the prior year actual, which we flag in the known and measurable to say, really, we are anticipating a higher LMP price for 2025 than 2024, which we were trying to flag in January, which you'll see Mr. Stanley updated the response to give you the actuals for January and February when the interrogatory was requested in the docket.
Okay, thank you. I have a question next on Exhibit F2 of the company's January 15th known and measurable filing, specifically on page 1, which summarizes the clean energy and grid monetization FTEs. My question is simply just, can the company confirm that for all the FTE costs being proposed for recovery in this proceeding, that there is no overlap with what is being requested in the company's current base distribution rate case application and docket number 241004?
Yes, we can confirm that, and you can see our indication of that such question in the column included in base rates, distribution rates, in page 1 of 2 in F2.
Okay, thank you. In reference to, now moving on to alternative compliance payments. The company stated in its testimony submitted on January 15th, 2025 within Exhibit A, page 17, that quote, some of the 2023 renewable portfolio standards requirements were met with alternative compliance payments instead of renewable energy credits, close quote. My question on this is it true that if alternative compliance credits collected by the company were to go down during a given year, that the company should subsequently expect those credits to instead show up as renewable energy credits on the company's books?
That's correct. I think it's more, when you see more credits, the ACP would go down.
Right.
It's an inverse relationship.
Okay, thank you.
Not technically on the books, though. Could you just go back and ask that question one more time to make sure that we're...
Sure. Is it true that the alternative compliance credits collected by the company, if they were to go down during a given year, that the company should subsequently expect those credits to instead show up as renewable energy credits on the company's books or somewhere within the company's mechanisms?
Okay. Thank you for repeating the question. I just wanted to verify I understood the question. So when the alternative compliance payments are made, instead of satisfying the renewable portfolio standards with renewable energy credits, yes, those are taken in as dollars paid, and then we credit them to all customers under the non-bypassable FMCC, which is why you're seeing a credits under the non-bypassable. If there were no alternative compliance payments made, you would not see a payment. You would instead see in our RPS compliance filing satisfaction of the RPS requirements through the settlement of renewable energy credits.
And so would those, I guess my next question would be, where would those renewable energy credits show up? Would it also be within the NBFMCC?
No. The renewable energy credits themselves are satisfied and shown through a report that's filed with the authority under the applicable annual RPS compliance docket through a NEPOOL GIS report of settled certificates. In terms of, well, I'll just stop there, see if that answers your question.
So does the company actually experience a reduction in cost then if there's no need for ACPs, and these RECs are then being collected by the company and shown as a cost credit, correct, somewhere else?
So renewable energy credits for satisfaction of the RPS for the company goes through the generation service charge as part of the element of standard service supply for UI. So when we satisfy RPS for our customers, when we make a compliance filing, that's for our standard service customers only. And then in addition, there are retail suppliers that may have to make their compliance filings as well. And they'll either satisfy through the settlement of renewable energy credits or payment of ACP.
Yeah.
And to that point, when retail suppliers settle through ACP, just like a standard service supplier, that is also credited through the non-bypassable FMCC. So you'll note that in our known and measurable filing, we indicated because some of our standard service suppliers in 2024 gave us ACP dollars, we credited that, but we knew that the PURA had not completed the final decision in the 2023 RPS compliance docket. But we anticipated that there may be other retail suppliers that would be in that situation where they'd be paying ACP. So we noted in our known and measurable that there may be additional alternative compliance payments that come in associated with 2023 RPS compliance that would be likely received in 2025.
Gotcha. So in general, initially what I just wanted to confirm was the known and measurable adjustment being presented by the company isn't then, that credit that is no longer being assumed for 2025 isn't showing up somewhere else. But it's, from what it sounds like, it's, okay, if ACPs come down to 0 in 2025, under the supply docket, you should see some level of a credit that would equate, or maybe not exactly equate, but that would
Right.
offset maybe within the GSC.
It wouldn't be a credit in the GSC. It's actually just a price that we pay in the all-in price that we know we'll either get RPS credit, RECs, or we get ACP payments. So it's not a formal credit that you would see in GSC, because GSC, the generation service charge itself, is a set price, regardless of whether or not they satisfy it through alternative compliance payments or RECs.
Okay.
I will note that in the known and measurable filing itself, we call this out as we can't guarantee we'll receive this credit in 2025, and therefore we added it back in. And if you look at the chart of the known and measurable amounts, you'll see instead of it being a credit, it would be an expense. We added it back in.
Yep.
So that we didn't repeat, assuming that we would get an additional $6 million in 2025.
Okay, thank you. On the topic of the retail suppliers, since that one came up, the company, I think you pointed out, stated, quote, UI also notes there will likely be 7 additional ACP payments made on behalf of retail suppliers and credited to UI customers in association with docket number 240601. But UI cannot identify that additional amount at this time, as PURA has not issued a decision in the docket, close quote. Does the company expect these additional ACP payments for the retail suppliers to be a material amount? Or is there any way to estimate that at this point?
There is, and I think we can get you that number. There are 2 things that I'd like to just address quickly with that, which is we can certainly look at the draft report to anticipate what the final amounts would be if you assume that the draft report doesn't have any changes. However, one thing that we do observe is sometimes we don't receive the funds as ordered by the authority. And so again, we note that we didn't want to provide that as a known because again, we don't always get the funds. And so we have an obligation to file with the authority in one of the orders in the RPS dockets that require us to file notification to the authority whether or not the funds had been received or not. If I can either get that, or I can ask one of my colleagues to see if, I believe it's somewhere around, I think the total is around 8.2 million or 8. And so, and I can verify that number, and whether or not that's material may be a judgment for the authority. But again, I guess that's where we leave it. I can certainly try to get that number for you if you'd like.
That would be great if do you think it's something we could quickly read in, or I don't know?
I believe so. You can either, I can come back to that, or you can go on to another question. And
yeah, just one more on that topic before I move on. So around 8 million, you said, that would essentially then, that would be additional credits in 2025 that are not currently being built into the May 1st, 2025 rate. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay.
So if we, just to put a finer point on that, we anticipated, I believe that our known and measurable, it was $6,089,000 or so. That would, and we added that back in. And so if you were to anticipate, if you wanted us to count the dollars, that additional dollars, it would actually just, it would reduce that, excuse me, add back in a little bit of that from the 6.0 that we took out.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I'd be interested, especially I think in light of the fact that that decision did go final this morning, is my understanding. So, yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Based on the draft, it was $8.8 million. And what we had already, filed was 6.068. Can you just do the math for me, the differential? One moment.
Okay.
And that's assuming that the final decision didn't make any changes, that it was still 8.8, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
So it would be a difference of $2.7 million. I will note that some of those dollars will go to the Materials Innovation Fund, Sustainable Materials Innovation Fund, and I don't have that exact number. So again, as Mr. Vaughn suggested, perhaps if you'd like that clearer, we could do a late file.
Given that the,
Oh, 1.2, excuse me.
given that the decision just went final, and I don't know if the witnesses reviewed it, would a late file make sense? Or are we doing late files?
We are not doing late files for phase one, but we'll allow supplements if there is an interrogatory. Alternatively, the final decisions of the agency do not need to be taken, do not need to have administrative notice taken. So we can counsel and see if this is a discernible fact.
We could calculate it after, lunch.
We just have a little time, maybe we can figure out what it should be, and get that in.
Thank you. We can revisit later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to interrogatory response CAE 13. This will be my last few questions. Based on the company's response to CAE 13, it seems like the predominant metric in calculating the expense side of the SCEF, LREC, ZREC, and NRES program costs is by using the estimated annual productions in megawatt hours. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah. It's based on the company's response to CAE 13. It seems like the predominant metric that is used in calculating the expense side of what the company is forecasting for its known and measurables for the SCEF, LREC, ZREC, and NRES programs is primarily based on the estimated annual productions in megawatt hours. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you provide just some commentary on how those estimated annual productions are derived for each program that I mentioned?
Sure. The estimated annual production for those programs that you brought up, the LREC, ZREC, SCEF, and NRES, are based upon capacity factors, standard capacity factors for the projects. And so we either have we have standard in LREC, ZREC, and NRES, and SCEF, the project provides the capacity factor. If there's some ability for a project to ask for a different capacity factor, but in general, it's a standardized capacity factor, and we produce that when we select the projects and they bid the price. And so therefore, we take the size of the project, multiply it by the capacity factor times the number of hours in the year, and we come up with the number of anticipated megawatt hours, and we multiply that volume times the contract rate.
Okay, thank you. Does the company usually see deviations between those estimated productions and actual productions at the end of the year? Is there any analysis that the company does?
There is. In the LREC, ZREC program specifically, they have a hard cap, and then because that program was selected as a financial, we had a financial cap, and in NRES and SCEF, we have a megawatt hour cap. And so in LREC, ZREC specifically, we have a limited number of dollars that we can spend for each project. So we have what we call a maximum annual quantity that we can purchase from the LREC, ZREC projects. And the NRES and SCEF, they don't have that similar variation. But to your question as to whether or not we see variations in the between the anticipation and the actual, we do see some swings, and really that's because these are intermittent resources. And so certainly the majority of them are solar. And so again, like we've seen this winter, a lot of snow cover. So we've seen significant reduction in, kind of the first quarter or Q4 2024 had lower production and the beginning few months of 25 because of snow cover.
Gotcha. There isn't some type of like actual production versus estimated production factor that the company has on average historically? Like, I'm sure obviously year to year, as you pointed out, depending on weather, what those actual productions look like could vary wildly, or depending on how often, the systems are shut down for whatever reason. I know there's a lot of different variables, but is there any type of factor that the company sees? What I'm trying to get at is like looking at the known and measurable adjustments that have been presented by the company, knowing that we're using estimated production factors for forecasting all of these, and understanding that, especially for the SCEF, I believe, program, there's some pretty large known and measurable increases this year. Just want to be sure there isn't more information we could lean on that might get us a little bit closer to an actual scenario for 2025. So is there any factor that the company tracks that we might potentially be able to use to get us closer to actual productions?
I would again be hesitant to take prior kind of production and apply it to future, because again, with these intermittent resources, we are, we're not in control. We don't run these assets. We read the meters and we submit the data. So we do certainly have data, but again, past performance is not indicative of always future performance on these assets. Specifically, I believe in a lot of the known and measurable increases, though, are for new units. And so again, the reason that you're seeing kind of, my point is a lot of them are new, therefore I really can't anticipate how they're going to produce. The LREG ZREC are older units and their productions, we're not asking for variations in older assets. We're asking, if the LREG ZREC increases are for newer systems that are going to likely go in service in 2025. Same with NRES and SCEF. And with NRES and SCEF and RRES, I think you had said RS, I'm not sure if you did, but some similar analyses is that we don't have as many in service to really, and historic data for NRES and RS and SCEF.
And maybe just my last question, do those initial capacity factors that the company utilizes, do those have any, is there anything built in for like potential weather throughout the year and those capacity factors that you start with, or is it just like what the system can do, essentially assuming normal conditions?
I believe it is 15%. Thank you. Okay. So when we analyze the bids, we have standardized capacity factors of like 16.9 for solar, but we do receive specific capacity factors from the projects themselves. And so when we analyze, just to kind of get an apples to apples analysis, sometimes we use the standard capacity factor, but when we're anticipating the payments, as I've just been told by my colleague, we use the specific capacity factor provided by the project.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my cross.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we have some cross from Mr. Arpin.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Christopher Arpin. I'm with Authority staff. This morning, I'll be handling questioning regarding the system's benefit charge, or SBC. My first
Mr. Arpin, sorry, if you could just give us maybe a moment to get the right witnesses up to the table. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So my first set of questions here pertains to legal collections. So my first question, has the company resumed referring active residential accounts to legal collections firms?
No.
Okay, thank you. So if that's the case, why does the company report 2024 cost for legal collections in CAE 46?
Because the legal firm that we had previously used still has accounts, like liens, and they're still collecting money for wage garnishments and things that have been done previously.
Okay, thank you. So those are not new accounts, those are
Correct.
prior accounts.
Yes.
Okay. So my next question, so the authority authorized the resumption of legal collections in its annual affordability decision in docket number 240501 on November 6th. But Exhibit H reported third-party collection costs before November 6th for every month in 2024. So does this conflict with prior authority direction regarding the pause in legal collections? Why or why not? Maybe you answered this, these are older accounts.
Correct. These are accounts that they had previously already had.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So my next set of questions here pertains to LiDAR Tier 5 implementation. So my first question, can the company please confirm whether the LiDAR Tier 5 IT implementation costs are included in its May 1st rate proposal?
So no, there is not anything for the Tier 5 implementation in the current SBC.
Okay, thank you. So how does the company then expect to recover those costs associated with the Tier 5 IT implementation? Will those be reported next year in the ramp
Correct.
filing? Okay, thank you. Now, moving on, staying on the same topic, can the company describe the competitive procurement process used to implement a 5-tier LiDAR in UI territory, including the timeline of the procurement and the approximate number of bids received?
This part of the process is not a part that I'm a part of. It's really a part of our technical IT team. And we can follow up with specifics around that, but it follows our company process for RFP and, finding vendors.
Thank you for that response. So I have a few more questions pertaining to that, but if the company is not ready to reply, that's okay as well. But just to get it into the record, I think it would be helpful just to continue with the line of questioning. So my next question, could the company please explain why the cost to implement a 5-tier LiDAR in UI territory, which was approximately $963,000, exceeds the original estimate of $129,000 per additional LiDAR tier as originally provided by UI in docket number 171203 R11 when LiDAR was first established?
So our first go around for the LIDR was based on 3 tiers, not on 5. And we made, as best we could, we made space for additional tiers. But until you actually know the percentages and how many tiers, you can't test something you don't know yet, and you can't create something you don't know yet. So we made provisions for the 5-tier, well, 3-tier initially, and then 5-tier. But now we're going to actually implement and create all of the, downstream, all of the items we need to actually institute the 5-tier.
Okay, thank you for that response. So why weren't those costs known originally when the 2-tier LiDAR was developed? Because I'm assuming that the company could have relied on those costs to provide that original estimate.
Well, we didn't know at the time that we were going to go to 5 tiers.
Okay, thank you for that response. So my next question, staying on that topic then, why does the company's cost estimate and CAE 40 for implementing additional LiDAR tiers include expenses for testing, developing new system code, and identifying and implementing new business requirements and processes? In other words, why weren't these processes and code already developed during the 2-tier LiDAR implementation?
Because like I said, you can't develop what you don't know. We didn't know, 1, we were going to go to 5 tiers, and 2, we didn't know what those percentages would be. So once you know the percentages, then you can put them in the system, and then you can actually test for them. And we have to test all of our down processes, whether it's payment plans, budgets, the billing, everything has to be tested once we put in the different tiers. And if a person's going to change from one tier to another, all these things have to be tested right from the beginning to the end, right to billing.
So why couldn't to follow up on that, why couldn't the company rely on the testing that was done originally for the 2-tier LiDAR? I get that, there's additional tiers added, but why does the testing need to be redone?
Because you have to test each category. You have to test each tier to make sure it bills correctly, that it recalculates the budget or the payment plans correctly, that it bills out correctly. You have to test each one. So even right now, we have a 5-tier that's 50%, and we're going to have that again, but we're still going to test it all again, because as you make changes in the system, you don't know that something you did something to that piece. So you need to retest, you need to do regression testing to be sure that anything you've touched hasn't changed anything and it still works properly and will still bill customers properly.
Just to add to that, we're subject to internal control rules, which any corporation would be subject to. And part of the really critical internal control rules look at information technology. So anytime you touch a system, you make changes to a system, you have to recheck everything, or else you would fail your controls.
Yeah, we have audit controls in place that we have to document that we have tested every single item we've changed, no matter how small or how big. We document that and have that on our records, just in case there is some kind of issue, later on or after you go live, no, we did test that. Here's the proof we tested it. So something else is wrong.
Okay, thank you for those responses. Now, my final question here, could the company please outline the steps it took to prepare for the addition of new LiDAR tiers to ensure a short implementation timeline with minimal costs to ratepayers?
The steps that we took currently, you mean for the 5-tier or?
Yeah, to prepare for the 5-tier implementation.
Oh, prior. Okay. So when we did the 2-tier, We made spaces in the system, so we programmed spaces in the system for additional tiers. We also, when we created a table for all these tiers, in that table, we prepared and made sure there's enough space in that table for additional tiers. So we did as many things as we could to make space for what we believed was coming, but didn't, weren't actually sure of.
Okay, thank you. And those are all my questions. So I thank the company for their time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. White.
Thank you, Chair. So my questions are about the NBFMCC IES.
Just bear with us a moment, Mr.
Yeah,
White. We'll get
yeah.
the right people up here.
Hey, Mike Crowley, Clean Energy Policy.
Thank you. How did the company determine the IES program cycle 1 costs to include as a known and measurable adjustment for the 2025 NBFMCC rate? And I'm hoping you can kind of split this out among category 1, category 2 costs, cycle 1, cycle 2,
Yeah.
in a way that makes sense. Thank you.
So how we determined those costs? So for category 1 costs, based on just the support needed to support IAS internally and with a third-party contractor. And then for category 2 costs, the remaining amount open on the milestones for cycle 1 pilots is what we put in for 2025. And then for category 2 for cycle 2 pilots, we did 75% of the total project cost, which is what we projected would be completed in 2025.
Okay, thank you. So a couple questions there on the category 2 cycle 1 costs. I'm going to put this into my words. I'm wondering if it works for you. It's effectively the total budget less the known and measurables from last year.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the category 2 cycle 2 costs, you use 75%.
Yep.
I'm wondering why you did that, and because you could use alternatives, and one of the things that came to mind for me might simply be, okay, this is what we're projecting based on the budget. Let's just take all those numbers rather than a percentage.
Right.
So why did you choose the 75%?
So we did that at the beginning of this process because we didn't know what the final milestones was going to look like in the standard form agreements. So we didn't know how they were going to kind of be finalized as we're still kind of fine tuning everything.
Got it.
So the SFAs, the standard form agreements, were completed roughly 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago with all of them. So, we can now go back, and take another look at that. But yeah, 75% was what we expected to be completed in 2025.
Okay.
I should say, except for 2 pilots, I think it's Rhizome and Revert, where the milestone tables only went up to like 9 months. So we expected 100% of those 2 pilots to be completed in 2025.
Sure, understood. Thank you for that. And with regard to the category 1 costs, in your, I think it was CA 13. Sorry, no, exhibit F2. I'm looking at page 2 of 2. And the number that I see in there for category one cost is $305,000. And then I circle back to page 1 of 2, so I'm still within Exhibit F2.
Yep.
Page 1 of 2, and I see a few different numbers in here in rows 26 through 28, 2 project managers and a lead analyst. If they were all 100% for the year, the number comes out to over $600,000. There's some factors in here, involvement. I'm wondering, does this, call it $600,000 for 3 people, how does that relate to the $305,000 in the known and measurable?
So the 305 in the known and measurable is for a third-party contractor.
Got it.
And the page 1 is for 3 internal resources.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Great.
All right, thank you. I think we're going to transition to cross by the OCC, please.
Chair Gillette, while the OCC gets settled, I believe we do have the number that Mr. Norton was looking for.
Very
You
good.
wanted to read that in or just get that?
Yes, Ms. Prescott, the ACP number?
Thank you. So I don't see Mr. Norton there, so I'll just read this in. UI expects to receive $2.7 million of ACP funds. That's a total of $8.8 million total minus the 6.1 already accounted for in our known and measurable from retail suppliers in 2025. We do note that in our brief review of the final decision versus the draft decision, we noted a potential omission in the final decision in the amount of $187,562 relating to First Point Power.
First Point Power. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Look into that. All right, thank you very much. Then we will transition to the Office of Consumer Counsel, Cross, please.
Good morning, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'm sorry that my name wasn't on the agenda. That was my fault and not Attorney McCorney's fault. She wanted me to make that very clear to everybody.
I think that negated it.
I also just wanted to thank the company for the attendance today. I was kind of worried as I was preparing questions whether there'd be people here who could respond to the various subject matter, and we appreciate that. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Okay. I'm going to start with some questions about the SBC and looking at Exhibit H from the March 3rd filing.
We'll just bring up the witnesses, Attorney Will.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Russo, I'll wait for you.
We're all set, Tom.
Thanks. So looking at tab, page 5 of that exhibit, like line 2, that $6.946 million charge off, that's for medical customers?
Yes, medical customers on BFP.
Okay, specifically medical, okay, gotcha. So the $23.424 million would be for non-medical financial hardship customers?
That's correct.
Okay,
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
okay. And just going back a second, that 6.9 million you said was for medical customers on EFP.
Actually, the 6.9 is medical customers, and then the two numbers underneath, the 387,000 and the 293 are the medical customers on BFP and MPP.
Okay. Thanks. Does the company have a way to break down I guess I'll back up a little bit. There are two kind of classifications for medical hardship protection, right? There's life-threatening and serious illness. Is there a breakdown of what that medical number looks like between those two classifications?
We have it, just not in this schedule.
Okay. I'm wondering if, recognizing there's no late file, I'm wondering if there's a way could you supplement the schedule perhaps with that information? Or, I mean, we don't have any particulars about how the filing comes in, but if there's a way to supplement either that or a interrogatory exhibit before the next hearing.
We'll find the right place to put it.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, you want us to break down the medical between the different categories?
Yes. Yeah, so the exhibit right now shows 3,183 medical customers with the $6.946 million. If you could show the breakdown of the number, break that 3,183 down between serious illness and life-threatening, and then also the 6.9. So basically, if you just divide split both the customer count and the total charge-off amount between those two categories.
Okay, and would you also like it breaking down the hardship that are also on medical? So that you can see not just hardship, but medical hardship?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, just to cover all the bases.
Thank you. And the total charge-off amount, I think I understand this, but I just wanted to make sure. This might be a Mr. Hurwitz question, but so there's a total charge-off amount on line 17, which is 30.37 million. But then when I go back to tab 2, not seeing that particular figure anywhere in the 2024 actuals. Is that because it's kind of broken out between the uncollectibles and there's lines on tab 2 for uncollectibles, active charge-offs, and then also MPP and BFP. Is that the reason why there's no way to kind of match up those numbers?
Correct. You can't match them up because you're filtering out the customers. So you have all low-income customers, no matter what their category for uncollectibles. And then you have your charge-off customers just by those different categories.
Okay. So, but specifically looking at, again, tab 5, line 17, the total charge-off is 30.371 million. If I go back to tab 2, I can't, even if I kind of like combine the active charge-off total with the bill forgiveness total and the MPP total, for example, I can't get that exact number. I'm not sure why. In other words, an easier way to ask it is tab 5 shows a total charge-off number of 30.371 million, and I don't see that number anywhere in tab 2.
Yeah, so your total charge-off line, page 3 and 5, respectfully, are not meant to be concurrent or are similar values. They present in different concepts. So you have your active charge-off, which are accounts that are still active, and then you have the the other, the uncollectible charge off, which are final accounts and
Yep.
are subject to write off. But then there's also a timing with when they've been finalized and actually get charged off.
Okay. Yeah, so I was assuming that part of the reason for me being unable to match that is that as it's presented on tab 2, uncollectible billings for 12.5-ish million and active charge-offs for about 21 million. Those two kind of categories are both accounted for in tab 5. Is that correct? So, but still, if I add those together, I got 33 million, so it's off by a couple million. Is that because of the timing?
Timing,
difference? Okay.
correct.
Thank you. The companies didn't used to distinguish between financial and medical hardship customers. Is that correct? Like years ago?
We did always break out between financial and medical hardship.
Okay. Do you know, was that just Eversource that wasn't booking it that way?
I believe that's correct. I think their system, they weren't able to do it, but
Okay.
we did.
Okay. Thank you. Following up on, I think this is probably my last question about the SBC specifically. Following up on authority staff's questions about legal protections, would the company expect that uncollectible expense would come down if legal collections were reinstituted pursuant to the authority's decision in 240501?
We would expect that, yes.
Okay. Would there be any way to calculate that as a known and measurable adjustment without like seeing what the data looks like first?
I believe that once we have that organization in place and have started this, we'd be able to at least report on the money that's being, collected via those routes.
Okay. And I'm sorry if you responded this to the authority. Do you know if the company does intend to reinstate legal collections in the?
We do. We have our current legal department looking into firms to do that.
Okay. So to the extent that the actual uncollectible expense for the upcoming rate period is lower than what's projected here, absent the accounting for legal collections, that would reconcile next year's RAM, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I had some questions about OCC 1, actually through OCC 4. And those questions were specifically asking about asking the company to categorize the overall revenues and the overall expenses being recovered in rates on a program level basis. So I'm not sure which witnesses make sense for those. They were sponsored by, the interrogatory responses were sponsored by Mr. Kolka. So I'll ask specifically about OCC 1 when you're ready, Mr. Kolka. Okay. So the bottom of that response reads, the values of the expense items equal the annual cost to determine the rates for the rate effective period, not the amount of revenue collected during that rate affected period. Just for clarification, is that you just saying that these are the expenses imputed into rates which aren't going to match the actual expenses in the rate period?
That's correct. That's how the buildup of the rate is.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. And that's perfect because that's all we were asking for, but I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page in that response. But I had some questions about the actual, so if you look at OCC 1 attachment 1, which was the spreadsheet provided with that narrative response.
Yeah, I have it up.
Okay. If you look at line 6, labeled line 6 for the residential renewable energy solutions program, that shows a total of 142.81. Do you see that number? Yes. Is that the total cost imposed by the RRES program, or does that include the cost of like bill credits for customers through the RRES program?
I think it does, but we'll have to reference page 3 in that, and that page 3 of 19 shows all the detail. So if we'll pull that up, I think it does, but I want to look at Exhibit F just to make sure.
Okay,
That'll take me a moment to pull up.
sure.
This is what was in rates prior to July 1st, 2024, which means we have to go back to 23/01/04. So I'm pulling up the July 1st or the September 1st rate calculation in 23/01/04.
And maybe I can help expedite. I believe that number is correct for what's sort of reported on the RRES line item within the NBFMCC for that year. But my question is, does that number, my assumption based on the size of the number, frankly, is that that captures like administrative costs for the program, but does not capture the full cost imposed by the program, particularly for the billing credits.
We
So
show
that's-
it out in more detail in 2024, but I think maybe we should get the RRES team just to confirm that.
Just while we're waiting to get folks here, you're looking at the number that was reported for RRES in 2023 filing versus what was comparable in the 2024 filing?
Yeah, but I'm really just asking to determine how to read all of the responses, OCC 1 through OCC 4. So the year doesn't matter. I think I'll back up a little and say what we are trying to get with these interrogatory responses was to kind of try to match up. If we were to have to explain, for instance, to a customer, how much am I paying for this solar program in my rates? It's my understanding, we've confirmed, for instance, for Eversource that the way they report on a line item basis for the NBFMCC, for instance, for RRES, doesn't fully answer that question because it doesn't capture the cost of the bill credits that are as a revenue loss to the company. So my broad question is, is that also true of this response? Like, do these responses capture the entire cost that ratepayers are paying for residential solar for the RRES program?
So I can help with that while Ms. Westbrook and Mr. Kolka can add on. If you look at Exhibit F, page 2, which is customer produced energy, we really do break it out into a tremendous amount of detail for the RRES program as well as SCEF and now NRES. You'll see more line items this year since we have more projects. We do capture the bill credits in the non-bypassable FMCC, which is different than Eversource.
Okay, and which line item in the NBFMCC filing, like in Exhibit F,
Yep.
can we see that?
I believe if I can direct you to page 12 of customer produced energy, file line 85, which is labeled UI Res Netting Customer Credit on Bill. And then there's another in line, exhibit line 90, UI Res Buy All Customer Credit on Bill.
Okay. Gotcha. And do you know where those numbers?
Excuse me, I'm
Oh, sure.
told there's more.
No, sorry, the total for.
Hi, Marissa Westbrook.
The total line item for the netting on bill credits is represented in line 88. And for buy all credits, it is represented in line 93, or row 93.
Okay, thank you. And do all of those flow back if I go to Exhibit F, page 2? Would all of those reconcile back to be included in labeled line 36? Or is some of that somewhere else in that?
That is, yes, that is correct.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I have a couple more questions about those bill credits. I know for RRES, the company also receives the RECs generated from solar generation. Is that correct? Is the revenue from those, well, I'll back up a little. And UI sells those RECs when they receive them?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And is the revenue for those REC sales also in that same accounted for within like the program level reporting?
Yes, you'll see that if you look at the customer produced energy page, which is page 6, and I think more detail in perhaps 12. Apologies if I have the wrong page. Thank you. Yep, you will see that specifically for RRES and NRES, you'll see numbers that say REC sales. And then I can direct you to them. One moment, please. Okay, so for thank you. So for the RRES program, page 6 has the resale value of the renewable energy credits purchased under the RRES program in line 17.
Okay. Thanks. And that also flows back to that same overall RRES line on table on page 2. Like that's all
It
netted.
does.
Okay.
So what we endeavored to do in our exhibit was provide page 2 and page 3, which have several lines that roll into a total, so that it was easier for you to ask the question, what were the total charges or total customer costs for the RRES program or LREC, ZREC, or NRES or SCEF? But if you wanted the more detail, that's why we have the called out page and customer produced energy label.
Okay. Thank you. Does UI receive any revenue for the energy itself that's produced from behind the meter solar through the RRES program?
We do not. They are load reducers.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. I guess like a conceptual question, conceptually with the understanding that it would be probably impossible to calculate, does the energy produced from behind the meter solar ultimately act as an offset to, for instance, overall grid investments because it's producing peak load and therefore offsetting some level of peak demand?
We haven't performed a study like that because there's effects close to the generator too that may actually require additional investment to get that generation out.
Yeah, understood. I mean, I guess is it fair to say that anything that reduces peak demand conceptually reduces overall distribution investment? Even if-
Further upstream, not necessarily close to the customer where it's being put onto the system.
Sure, understood. I guess what I'm getting at is, would you generally agree that there is value to behind the meter solar, despite the fact that it may be impossible to calculate the dollar value to offset some sort of, to offset the costs that are being recovered through the RAM?
I'm sorry, Mr. Whale, for that. Could you just repeat that final question, make sure we?
Sure. The question was just, would you agree conceptually that there is value to behind the meter solar that may not be possible to calculate to a dollar level, but there is value in the offset to kind of other operational expenses, whether it be capital investment or otherwise? And I'll caveat that to say, my assumption is that that value is already reflected in other expenses, in presumed reduction to other expenses that we're already paying. But anyway, that's the question.
Thank you. It's kind of a broad question, and I think our answer is perhaps similarly broad because it cannot be specific in terms of we have not done a particular study to verify that. And as Mr. Kolka indicated, in some cases, we know that we have to increase, distribution system to accommodate distributed generation resources. And so I think it's hard for us to say whether or not there is a benefit or a cost to those assets on the system in the way that you asked the question.
Yep, thanks. Understood. I guess one final question here is I'll stop bearing the lead. The reason I'm asking the question is that there's been some kind of public confusion about the nature of solar netting programs, that there's this idea that UI takes that essentially a behind the meter solar generator is selling energy to UI, and that UI is from there either kind of reselling that energy somehow through the supply rate, or is somehow otherwise financially benefiting from that energy in a way that isn't reflected in the filing. And it's my understanding that that's not the case because of what we've talked about, that it's not, that although there is value to that energy, it isn't being resold in a way that's possible to track on a dollar for dollar basis, but that conceptually there is value. Does that track with the response you just gave?
Yes, I think it does. And just to further put a point on it, we do not sell the energy that is purchased from the behind the meter assets, although we do pay for the energy produced from those behind the meter assets at the rate that's been accepted by PURA and in those contracts.
Thank you. Going back to, I have a couple more questions sort of about the interpretation of the responses to OCC 1 through OCC 4. And it doesn't matter. I'll just use OCC 1 again as an example, which is probably a bad example because it's the stay list data that we asked for. But do these line items reflect the costs associated with under recoveries that are driven by particular programs? So for instance, if in a given year there was an under recovery in the NDFMCC, and for instance, the Millstone contract was a driver behind that under recovery, is the cost that's shown on these responses for Millstone capturing that additional cost?
The cost on the exhibits reflects the anticipated or the cost that were the actual costs that were the actual net costs that were encountered for each particular project rolled into, an overall cost. And when you look further in the exhibit, you can see the exact contracts that were either a cost or a credit to customers.
Okay, so using Millstone as an example, the company incurs costs purchasing the energy from Millstone, and then there can be offsetting revenues. There are offsetting revenues after that that either ultimately net out to a cost or credit to ratepayers. And that is the number on a normal NBFMCC exhibit, like reflected on page 2 of any NBFMCC exhibit F. That's the number we're seeing, right? Like the net cost or credit of that contract in the given reported year.
Yes, on that particular page, it is the net cost or credit.
Okay.
On page 2.
Okay. But then as a secondary rate making issue, we all are familiar with this concept of an under recovery, where if overall revenues through the NBFMCC aren't sufficient to cover overall costs, the add up of all of those net costs in that exhibit, then there's an under recovery. And that under recovery can be driven by any single cost within there. So for instance, again, looking at Millstone, if the revenue set to recover the NBFMCC cost in a given rate year isn't sufficient for the actual expenses because, for instance, Millstone, the market drove the Millstone cost much higher than anticipated, that's a driver of that overall under recovery cost. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. Is there a way that the company can calculate the proportion of an under recovery cost that any one line item, such as Millstone, is causing?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's what you would find in page 3 of the exhibit. Mr. Coleman can correct me or add on, but you would see the total for the prior years over under recovery. And then you can see kind of contract by contract or category by category on line 3. And then we have more detail in the other pages. Well, page 2 is category, and then page 3 is contract by contract. And you can add up and see specifically those that provided a credit in that particular year or those that had an overall cost.
Okay. Thank you. So if looking at page 3 of Exhibit F, and I'm hopefully clearly, I'm only focusing on Millstone because last year we know that this was a driver of the under recovery from last year.
Yeah.
But if I'm looking at Exhibit 3, where would I see, page 3 of Exhibit F, where would I see, I can see the Millstone account on a monthly basis on line 69 or labeled line 61.
Correct.
But where would I see an accounting of the difference between the monthly revenue allocatable to that cost and the?
I think the question, it sounds like you're asking, can we effectively calculate a rate for each line item and see what that builds up? It's possible because all these items add up to the total, but that's calculating an individual rate for each. We can decompose that based on all the line items to see what proportion that is. In 2023, Millstone was a credit. So that was a net, the net expense was in the credit range, so that served to reduce it. But because we haven't followed from the very beginning each one of these line items individually, you can't really track what the under or over recovery is going forward like we do with the total. So you can only look at what was built up in the rate using the prior year. And that may be vastly different from what it is during the rate period.
Yeah, thank you. And that gets back to, I think, a question I asked, maybe the first question I asked you, Mr. Kolka, is that there's a difference between what's imputed in rates and ultimately what expenses and revenues look like. Is that correct?
Yes, that's always correct. Whether or not you use a forecast or an unadjusted test year or an adjusted test year like we do, it never comes out exact.
Right. So when the company receives NBFMCC revenue on a monthly basis, the company doesn't say, okay, great, we got X million of dollars through the NBFMCC. So this dollar is to pay for this line item and this dollar is to pay for that line item. Does the company engage in that exercise?
No.
Okay.
We now have 4 unbundled NBFMCC components that splits what used to be 1 line item into 4. So there's a little more granularity there, but we're not doing it on a line item basis.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on to OCC 5, which is the question asking about internal operation and maintenance expenses. And Ms. Prescott, you were one of the co-sponsors of that response. My question is just, we appreciate the level of detail and the directions of where to find these line items, but could the company give us the associated dollar amounts, though, that were imputed in rates for each of these line items for each of the years we requested about?
So just so I can understand that, do you mean, for instance, in the response where it says line 101, res program admin and personnel, you would want us to go to line 101 and tell you the total number on this interrogatory from the exhibit? Is that the request?
Yes, and I'll acknowledge we could also do that, but
Oh,
we.
I just want to make sure I understood it.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
okay.
Because we just want to be able to know what the numbers
Yeah,
are.
of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you maybe file that as a supplement to this interrogatory response?
See any problem with that? Absolutely.
And I'm realizing now that this question doesn't identify a particular year. So if you could provide that supplement for the actuals of 2024.
Yes, we understand.
Okay. Thank you. And by actuals, I mean, yes, that is what I mean. The actual costs incurred in
December 2024 associated with the
Yes.
line items. Yes.
Thank you. Moving on to the response to OCC 7,
No.
which was sponsored by,
Gail, I'm
sure.
just verifying that that we understand the request
Sure.
more clearly. We have to go back to on this. Oh, and again, that would be actuals from 23 since it was
Yeah.
prior years. And your request, did you want the total dollars or dollars per kilowatt?
Total dollars. So, and it's, yeah, I'm realizing now that the response the company gave was for the NBFMCC filing or the general filings in 240104. So could you supplement that with the same responses to whatever extent they differ for the same filings in 250104, and then also add the dollar values?
Yes, we certainly can.
Okay, thank you. So OCC 7 was sponsored by Mr. Jessup and Mr. Patel.
We have Mr. Patel here.
Okay, thank you. This is also just strictly a revenue requirements question, but I can wait for Mr. Patel to come up with it. My question, it's a quick question. My question is whether the company can provide the revenue impact of the capital expense, meaning a breakout of the depreciation and return and tax flow throughs associated with that capital investment.
We can.
Okay. So sorry to Mr. Patel, I don't, could the company supplement OCC 7 to show that for the the 2024 actuals and to any extent what's seeking to be recovered in rates in the next starting May 1st of 2025.
And you want to see the capital impact of the revenue requirement as well as the depreciation impact of the revenue requirement?
Yeah, I just want to see what I see that you've identified a single capital investment that's being recovered in the public benefits category. I just want to see what the dollar impact of that is. And my understanding generally is that would be measured in depreciation expense, the rate of return, and the tax effect.
Yep, sure.
You're asking about in this filing?
Yes. Thank you. And I did have another kind of revenue requirement-y conceptual question about that. This narrative response says there are no known and measurable adjustments to these specific costs. And I was a little confused by that because my understanding of the way that any investment is funded in rates is that it necessarily, the revenue driver does change from year to year as the asset depreciates. So I was confused. Would you agree that there would be a different, if you calculated the revenue impact, for instance, last year of this investment, you'd calculate a different number than the revenue impact of the following year of the same investment?
It depends on the level of investments that you're making. So if you made no further investment, in theory, to your point, it would go down. If you're investing the same level as depreciation, it would stay flat. And if you're investing at a level above depreciation, in theory, it would go up.
Okay.
But it is based on like the future planned investments.
Yep. Okay. But I suppose that my question was sort of a waste of all of our time because we'll be able to see that in the response in your supplement because you're giving you're giving like last year's and the projected. So if they're different, that'll be why, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I had a bunch of questions about the response to CAE 29 and CAE 30, which the authority staff asked a bunch of questions about this morning. And they're kind of just conceptual questions. I think Ms. Van Luling, you were responding, and I was following that conversation. So I'm hoping to skip most of my questions because I think I understand. But I'm hoping to just sort of ask some conceptual questions to make sure I understand. There's a mismatch between what's reported in terms of actual expenditures, which is reported on, and revenues, which is reported on a calendar year basis, and the actual rate periods, which are not on a calendar year basis. Is that right?
I think mismatch is a strong word. I think I see what you're saying because we use a historical calendar year as the basis for assessing what's going to happen in the future. But as I understand it, that, and sort of as Mr. Kolka testified earlier, how you arrive at your expectation of what's going to happen in that going forward 12-month period, it matters. We have to get it right. We want to set the rates correctly. But I think for purposes of the concept of your question, it almost doesn't matter. We're taking the information that's available and following the methodology and procedures that PURA has established for the RAM in recent years, we're arriving at a measure of an expectation of expense over a 12-month period. And I think the fact that the beginning point of that calculation is a calendar year and it's being used to set rates that will be in effect for something other than a calendar year, I do agree is different, but I don't know that I agree that mismatch is just a strong word for that. I think the known and measurable process is the way that has been approved in the RAM for how we're going to arrive at that expectation of what will happen in a going forward 12-month period.
Understood. So in any given RAM filing, let's say, again, using Exhibit F per NBFMCC, when you report that there has been an under recovery, that under recovery is measured as of December 31st of the prior year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there will be continuous revenue between September 31st and May 1st that will, and there will also be continuous expenses in that same period of time that will necessarily change that under recovery, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. But because in next year's filing, the reporting will use the exact same format to whatever extent there's a difference, between the under recovery as of December 31st and the actual status of the balance on May 1st, that sort of automatically reconciles itself because of the continuous RAM process. Is that correct?
I can't recall if it was CAE 29 or CAE 30, but one of those two, we had some sentences to that exact effect. As long as we're using a deferral balance measured as of a historical point in time, that's what sort of guarantees that each RAM component is trued up. I think we got some discovery from CAE suggesting, well, what if we took away the beginning balance from each RAM exhibit? I think what we tried to express in response to that question is you'd be undoing the exact thing we're talking about now. That's what guarantees each RAM component is fully reconciling.
Okay. So for an under recovery reported in a given year, for instance, this year, there's an under recovery in the NBF MCC and there are carrying costs associated with that under recovery. The carrying costs that are being requested for the May 1st rate adjustment are the carrying costs that were owed as of December 31st, 2024. Is that correct? Okay. So we are not setting carrying costs, although the company incurs carrying costs after that, well, depending on what the balance looks like, we're not setting carrying costs for May 1st for the carrying costs we're setting for May 1st are what was owed the company in terms of carrying costs as of December 31st of last year, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we drew up the carrying costs as Mr. Hurwitz had just walked through in the next cycle of the wrap.
Understood. Thanks. That saved, I had 30 questions and we got past that. Thank you. Also, staying on Exhibit F, I have a couple more questions about the Millstone PPA. So I'm not sure. My questions are kind of specific to the way the PPA works and is accounted for. So I'm not sure Ms. Prescott will. So on Exhibit F, page 10. Which is.
Yes.
So I had a couple questions just about how to read this exhibit. What's the difference between the total cost and the total Schedule 2 cost?
Sure.
The total cost is for environmental attributes purchased and the energy megawatt hours purchased. The Schedule 2 cost is added in at the bottom.
Yep, I see that. What is the total Schedule 2 cost, though?
Oh, those are NEPL GIS, ISO New England, Schedule 2 charges.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. So, and this, the total on line 23, the 15 million, that's the total net cost, looking at total cost, total sales revenue, Schedule 2 cost, and VAR revenue. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. And so the total sales revenue reflected on D13 of 68.295 million. Where does the company get that revenue?
That flows from ISO New England remittances on a biweekly basis.
Okay. So is that the revenue from the company reselling the Millstone Energy on the ISO New England market?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And you said bi-weekly basis. I was just curious the timing. Is there a pattern? How often does the company buy Millstone Energy? Is it on a monthly basis?
Thank you. You asked how often, I'm sorry, excuse me. Could you just?
I'm just curious about sort of like the number of transactions on both ends in a given year. And if there's like, do you buy from Millstone every month and do you immediately sell it? That's what I'm curious how it works.
Sure. It's really when Millstone is operating and they're producing energy, we have something called a buyer's entitlement percentage of that energy from that contract. And so simultaneously with the production, when it's produced, it's resold into the market, and it's happening on an hourly basis, that the totaling of the prices. And so ultimately we get a biweekly invoice remittance, excuse me, from ISO New England, and therefore those dollars come in, and then we allocate them to the correct contract. Not just Millstone resells, they all resell, and we allocate those revenues to the contracts, and then they get credited and reflected into the exhibit.
Okay, so the company doesn't have, is the company doing anything? Does the company have any involvement in the market sales? Or, because it sounds like it's basically automatic. Is that correct?
That is correct. Again, it's through a setup through the ISO New England's CAM system, and the generators set up the percentage of the energy that we're purchasing. So for Millstone, we get 20% of 50% of the output from Millstone's units 2 and 3.
Okay. So I just looking at the net costs here. You know, I looked at the total cost and the total revenue, and would it be fair to frame, and I just did the math dividing one by the other, would it be fair to frame that as an 18% loss? I mean, we don't need to use the word loss. There's a 18% difference between those two numbers. Does that make sense?
Well, I haven't done the math, so I can't, but I assume if you mean just make sure I see that. One moment, so we can just verify that piece.
Sure. What I did was added total cost and Schedule 2 cost to get one sum, and then I added the two revenue lines to get the other, and I did a kind of just a percentage difference between those two sums.
And I think we would agree that that is
Okay.
An accurate representation.
Okay. And does UI buy Millstone Energy for the same price as Eversource does?
We do.
Okay. If I did that same cost differential exercise between revenue and costs for Eversource and came up with a different percentage, could you explain like why that would be the case?
I would anticipate they would be in a similar circumstance because of, I believe, the buyer's entitlement percentage process is similar. They have 80% and we have 20% of their 50%, as far as I understand. There could be differences in the resale value of environmental attributes for the facility. I'm not sure. I'm not privy to the resale value. But other than that, you shouldn't see major differences, with perhaps maybe there's some differences in accounting and accruals from one month to another, or when the year crosses over, but those would be the differences that I would anticipate.
Okay. I know you can't speak for Eversource, but is it your understanding that they have the same sort of automatic process where as contemporaneous with the generation of the energy, it's being sold at ISO the same way?
That's our understanding, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Similar, going back to Exhibit F, line 2, tab 2, sorry, line 26. I'm looking at the difference in actuals between 2023 and 2024 for Millstone. So 2023, the net cost was 9.84 million, and in 2024, the net cost was 15 million. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So again, I'm trying to kind of figure out a way to make a comparison point. So the difference between those numbers, that's a 52% increase in year-to-year cost. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain a reason why Eversource's year-to-year difference in cost would be drastically different in terms of percentages?
I can't comment on Eversource's, but I can comment on really why we had a 52% difference. And Mr. Stanley can address it, or I can, but he has it up, so I'll let him do so.
2023, there was a $5 million one-time credit based on past remittances. So the 2023 number looks too low. So that's why the difference is,
Okay. But if I added $5 million to the 2023 number, I'd get like 12.84 million. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then if I looked at the differences between those numbers, I mean, I could do it now, but it would,
My apologies, Attorney Wheel, did you say if you add $5 million to
that's what it's
9.84,
14.
you get approximately 12?
I did say that, which was, which is why I didn't get a math degree. So thank you.
you get about 14.8.
Okay. But in that circumstance, there'd be a much smaller increase in year-to-year cost, but it would nonetheless be an increase, right? Like if you removed that credit.
Yes, and if we're not mistaken, I believe that there was the outage in, there was a larger outage in 2023 than in 24. So we had more megawatt hours to purchase from the asset in 24 than in 23.
Okay. And again, I know you can't speak for Eversource, but could you explain why someone under the same contract terms in the same year would see a decrease?
I'm sorry, could we just keep it to UI's filing, Attorney Wheel? I'm going to object to continually asking the UI witnesses to comment on Eversource's filing.
Yeah, I'm not asking the witnesses to comment on Eversource's filing. I'm just trying to understand, based on UI's understanding of their contract, why someone else with a different contract, presumably under the same market conditions in the same year, would see a strong difference between one year to the next, if the panel knows why there'd be a difference.
I don't know.
Okay.
Besides what I've already mentioned about perhaps it could be associated with environmental attribute sales or the timing or booking of sales or accruals from year to year.
Okay. Thank you. And I can skip through the details of my next several questions, but would all the same, granted, the Seabrook contract has different pricing terms, right? And, but other than that, would all your responses be the same when I look the questions about, specifically the questions about why there'd be a differential between two different companies having the same contract?
I can say that both Eversource and United Illuminating for Millstone and Seabrook and other state mandated energy purchase contracts that are reflected in the non-bypassable, we use the same base contract or standard contract to negotiate, and we adjust for the particulars, perhaps the company name, percentages of purchases. So conditions are the same to my knowledge, but I can't comment on how it would be reflected in their RAM non-bypassable exhibits more than I've gone so far.
Thank you. I have some questions generally. I'm not sure who would be the appropriate person to ask about this because it's kind of all over the place. I have several questions about the overall year-to-year difference. And don't worry, Attorney Vaughn, this is only for United Illuminating. What I did was I took the SBC and the NBF-MCC, the exhibits, the March 3rd exhibits in this filing, mapped out the 2023 actuals and 2024 actuals. And then I just calculated a percentage change from year to year between those. And I noticed some really extreme changes. So I was just hoping that someone from the company could give a general sense of like why. I'm going to ask a few questions about the biggest year-to-year changes and hope someone can explain why. So my first one, and maybe Ms. Prescott, since I was asking about RRES before, RRES went up year to year 1,146%. Do you know what drove that?
I do. I believe it is a significant more number of RS projects that are in service in 2024 in comparison to 2023.
Okay, thank you. And NRES went down 301%. Do you know what drove that? Costs got higher.
Yes. So similarly, we had more NRES projects. I think in 2023, I don't think we had any projects that were in service, and so we didn't have any credits that we were paying. The costs were more associated with labor and consultants and getting the system up and running. And so that's why you saw that sort of deviation in 2024, since we now have more projects in service. And that's why we also identified in the known and measurable for 2025 that we also expect an additional increase in NRES and, for that matter, RES and SCEF.
Okay. Thank you. My next three questions are about SCEF. So program administration for SCEF went up 63%, IT system changes went down 57%, and bill credits went up over 3,000%. So I was
Yeah.
curious about those drivers.
As we anticipated, you would ask that question, so thank you for asking it. Because I also saw those numbers and said 3,000%.
Actually, 3,650%. Sorry to interrupt you.
I think it's important to note that in 2024, our first SCEF project went in service that we started paying for. And so there's a little bit of a mismatch when you look at the subscriber credits and the payments to subscriber organizations. If you look at SCEF and you, I can pull the exhibit specifically, but the concept that I'm trying to address is that once we know the system is in service, we start providing the subscriber credits, and Ms. Westbrook can comment more about those. But we pay the subscriber organizations on a quarterly basis. And so that's why you'll see a monthly credit in the subscriber credits line item under SCEF, and you'll see more of like quarterly payments to subscriber organizations.
Okay. Thank you. The Neal insurance credit went down 98%. Does anyone know what was the driver of that?
We are the recipient of the proceeds from the Neal contract. It's the nuclear energy. I looked at the glossary in the non-bypassable. I could tell you the exact
Energy insurance.
liability.
Yeah.
Nuclear energy insurance liability. And we received that through a payment from Eversource, but I don't have we don't have the actual insurance policy to refer to specifically, unless anyone on the panel here has more information on that.
Okay. What is it? Eversource's insurance policy?
Subject to check, I believe that United Illuminating is a named party, but I think that the insurance policy is in the name of perhaps it was Northeast Utilities at the time and the origination of the contract.
Okay.
Or the policy, excuse me.
Okay. If any of my friends at Eversource are listening, I'll be asking them about that on Friday. The Reggie ratepayer relief threshold went up 282%. Do you know what drove that?
The Reggie proceeds are a function of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative's auction prices, and there's once a threshold is reached, the excess proceeds associated with that are allocated to the particular states to the percentage of the Reggie allocations, and so DEEP receives those, and then they provide them to the EDCs. So what I can surmise is it went down or up, excuse me.
Prices went up.
Prices went up. So that likely means there were more credits or a higher allocation.
Okay. I noticed that IES went up 2,100%. There was a lot of discussion already about, is it fair to say that's because the number last year wasn't based on a full year of costs?
It is safe to say that, yes.
Just bring up the right witness.
Sorry, Mike Crowley. Yeah, so the 2023 number was just for internal administration of the program, so we didn't have any pilot costs to incorporate there.
Okay. And is there a known and measurable adjustment to that line item, or does the company have any reason to expect it'll be different next year?
I don't think we have an adjustment for that, so no.
Okay. Thank you. And I think similarly, non-wires now called solutions, but still reported on UI's filing as non-wires alternatives went up 282%. Is that also because 2023 didn't incur as many costs for that newer program?
I'm going to wait for Jimenez to.
I can answer that. That would, there were some lags in invoicing for consultants that Pura hired that came through in 24
Okay.
rather than 23.
Okay, thank you. One of the larger ones on the sheet is the LiDAR, which if you look at just the year-to-year actuals went up 2,500%. But I know that there was a known and measurable adjustment for that last year, and if you calculate that in, there's only a 7% difference between what was imputed in rates and what was actually incurred. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, this was our first full year of LIDR.
Okay. So if you kind of look at the RAM process as I do, maybe too simply as a way, or at least the phase of projecting costs into the next year, everyone's trying to do our best to figure out how much everything is going to cost. And that if you account for that adjustment, would you say that it was 7% off, which is not bad, right? Okay.
Pretty good, I think.
There is a known and measurable adjustment for next year for the LiDAR, is that correct?
Well, for 2025, we expected, we'll be close to the same, so we won't have
Okay.
change to the 5 tiers yet.
Yep. Okay. Gross earnings tax get is up 238%. Is there a reason for that?
And just so we're all on the same page, are you looking at Exhibit H, page 2?
I am pulling that from the SBC exhibit. So yes, yep. So that'd be the gross earnings tax on SBC specifically.
As a general matter, gross earnings tax will follow revenues, so that I'm not as close as some of the other experts here as to all the individual line items of the SBC, but broadly, gross earnings tax follows revenues.
Yeah, understood. Did the company recover more revenue in 2024 than was anticipated through the SBC?
Attorney Will, if I could direct you to that same page 2, table row 4, total billed revenues for the SBC charge also increased by 244%. So to my associate, Mr. Hurwitz's comment, GRT follows revenues. And this is specifically to the SBC revenues, right?
Yes.
And I did want to note that all of these variances, 500,000 or greater plus 10% variances on non-possible, we will be filing as part of the March 15th filing. So you'll have some further explanations.
Okay, thank you. So for the get, though, was that, I say this with the understanding that it's reconciling, so it's not like it caused measurable harm necessarily, but was that not a known and measurable impact of the increased revenues associated with the July 1st rate increase that was accounted for in last year's RAM?
No, we set the gross receipts tax equal to the statutory rate. And we don't project what that cost is going to be. We could, but we have historically not included that in a known and measurable.
Okay. Thank you.
We haven't included any revenue items in known and measurables. We could, but we haven't up to this point.
Okay. But get is an expense that's driven by revenue. And if the company knows that there's going to be a revenue increase associated with a requested rate increase, couldn't it anticipate that get would also increase as an expense that it's going to incur in that rate period?
It could.
Okay, but historically the UI hasn't.
Correct.
Okay.
But we haven't put it in the known and measurable.
Okay. Thank you. I'm moving on to TAC. I have some questions about the TAC filing Exhibit G.
I'm there.
Okay, I'm not yet, but working on it. Okay. So there are essentially four components to the TAC, which is local network service, regional network service, Hydro-Quebec, and gross earnings tax. Is that correct? Looking at page 2 of Exhibit G.
That's right.
Okay. And LNS and RNS, are those driven by FERC formula rates?
They are.
Okay. And do those include costs associated with transmission system capital investments?
They could.
Okay. For the LNS charges, do you know the proportion of those charges that are related to larger regional projects that FERC has determined are related solely to the local network versus the proportion that are entirely local network projects?
You just asked that again? Sorry.
Sure. What I'm asking about is LNS, as I understand it, as determined by FERC, is kind of broken into projects that are deemed LNS because they only benefit like the local region, and then also those that benefit the local network, and no portion of the costs are considered RNS. There's a division between those kind of categories in LNS. Do you know what the proportion of that is in this filing?
1 second.
Sure.
In rough numbers, approximately 92% of the investment is regionalized or reflected in RNS rates. 2.5% of the remainder, or excuse me, 2.5% goes through the TAC, and the remainder goes through LNS.
Okay.
The last phrase I said was LNS. I intended instead to say 12C. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know if the projects, to the extent there are any, that are driving either LNS or RNS are asset condition or new projects?
We're confirming, but subject to my recollection, UI did not have asset condition projects, but other transmission owners would have.
Okay,
We're,
so it's
we're confirming my recollection is correct.
Okay. So it sounds like
My recollection was correct for the most recently filed UI annual transmission revenue requirement. It's conceivable that in ATRR filings prior to that, there may have been asset condition projects. I'm not
okay.
sure.
Is it your understanding that so I'll back up a little. So if the LNS rate that was being recovered here now was driven solely by the most recent filing, then there wouldn't be asset condition projects in the LNS?
Or no LNS projects completed in 2024 or anticipated to be completed in 2025 or 2026. Although as I say that out loud, I think I've got my years mixed up. That would be asset condition projects completed in 2023 or anticipated for completion in 2024 or 2025. I recognize that 2024 is in the past, but the most recent filing occurred in 2024.
Okay. But as a general rate making principle, sort of as we were discussing before, do you know, do capital investments recovered through either RNS or LNS, are they recovered through the course of their expected useful life?
They are.
Okay. So is it possible then that there are asset condition projects in LNS attributable to some prior year?
It is. I just don't know offhand.
Okay. Would the company be able to provide, I guess the question is first, would it be possible for the company to be able to provide a breakdown between as to LNS and RNS of what proportion of those costs are driven by either asset condition or new projects?
I am sure we can provide that information for UI. To the extent there are asset condition projects of other transmission owners that are reflected in the RNS rate, our information will be more limited.
Okay. Could the company supplement Exhibit G with the information it has about its own investments that could be responsive to that question?
I suspect that is possible. Let me just confer with.
Okay.
That should be no problem.
Okay. Thank you. So does United Illuminating's distribution business pay the LNS and RNS rates to transmission owners? Is that essentially how it works?
UI's distribution business. Could you just maybe help me with exactly what you mean
Sure.
by that?
I mean, my understanding of LNS and RNS rates as themselves rates, as opposed to kind of costs as they're presented here, is that they're the rates that customers of transmission pay for transmission, the same way that our distribution constituents, ratepayers, pay United Illuminating Distribution Company for all the costs of running the distribution grid through rates. It's my understanding that distribution companies, as customers of transmission, as users of the transmission grid, pay the same. It's the same idea that RNS and LNS are the rates that the distribution company pays. Is that accurate?
Instead of me just turning around to confer over and over.
David Sullins. So with RNS, it's important to understand there's an RNS rate for ISO of New England. That's what Connecticut retail customers pay. They pay the RNS rate to ISO of New England for energy they move over that network. UI's RNS rate is basically charged to the ISO of New England. So Connecticut retail customers don't pay UI's RNS rate. Users of the network pay the ISO, and the ISO remits the appropriate amount to UI using UI's RNS rate.
Okay.
That's an important thing to understand because the same thing sounds like the same thing, but it's really two different things.
Yep, I understand.
The UI's LNS rate is paid by Connecticut retail customers in the tax, Schedule 14. And in fact, Connecticut retail customers are UI's only LNS customer.
Okay.
And then there's a third category of cost, 12C, that are specific facilities just used by certain customers. And that's what the 12C rate is for. And UI is one of those specific customers, and it pays approximately 18% of UI's total 12C revenue requirement.
Okay. I guess I just want to make sure I understand. I understand certainly that these are pass-through rates, like that these are rates passing through. These are, distribution customers are paying the TAC to United Illuminating's distribution entity through the current, retail distribution bills. I was under the impression that passed through United Illuminating's distribution business, and at least maybe as a matter of accounting, went to the books of United Illuminating Transmission. Is that accurate?
Only the LNS rate, which is a small portion of approximately 80% of the TAC rate, is that RNS rate to the ISO of New England to bring the energy across the network.
Okay, so the RNS rates that are paid by Connecticut ratepayers are obviously collected by United Illuminating, but then passed through directly to ISO New England? Is
They're
that
paid to. They send a bill and we pay that bill.
Yep. Okay. Gotcha. And then ISO New England takes that revenue and distributes it regionally to the
Transmission
multiple
operators based on their individual RNS
Right.
rates.
Right. So United Illuminating transmission segment then does eventually get some proportion of that from ISO New England. If there are projects that are regionally, like creating regional benefits, right?
Yeah, to the extent a customer of ISO New England uses UI's facilities, ISO New England remits the revenues for that usage using UI's RNS rates.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, it was me. I'm trying to figure out if it's a good time to take our lunch break.
I have one more question, and then my friends here also have questions. So perhaps I could ask my one last question.
Mhm.
Okay. The March 3rd testimony sponsored by Mr. Kolka and Mr. Hurwitz on page 10, starting at line 22. No pressure or anything. Everyone's just waiting for lunch.
You said
Page 10 of the PDF, Tom, or page 10 of the testimony?
I'm guessing PDF, but let me check.
Yeah, the testimony only has 9 pages.
Yep, page 10 of, page 8 of the PDF. I mean, the testimony.
And okay, line 22. I'm with you.
Yeah. So my question is that it seems like this section is saying that RNS rates are not in UI's control. And the reason that struck me as maybe not entirely accurate well, I guess I'll back up. Is that statement saying that those costs aren't under UI distribution company's control or under United Illuminating, any segment of United Illuminating's control?
Maybe just by way of background, my understanding is that the regional revenue requirement that ultimately becomes the RNS rate is comprised of the revenue requirements of many transmission owners throughout ISO New England, and UI is 5 or 6% of that total, somewhere in that range. So I think that's what we're trying to get at, is the vast majority of these costs UI cannot influence.
Okay. Thank you. So there's some small percentage, though, of these costs that may be driven by investments that are under UI's control.
UI is one of the regional transmission owners
Okay.
contributing to that regional revenue requirement.
Thank you. That's my last question.
All right, very good. Thank you. We will take our lunch break. And just confirming with Attorney Vaughn, I think I only had one read-in, which has already been satisfied, up to, I think, 5 supplements that have been requested. So before we adjourn, we'll have to set a due date for those. Just flagging that.
Sure, yeah, I think I agree with you on the read-in. I had I wrote down, I had 4 written down on the things, but on the supplements, but I'm sure we can compare notes at the end of the hearing.
Okay, very good. Let's confirm before we adjourn. So we will break until 1:15 and we'll resume with OCC, who has roughly
Approximately 30 minutes more of cross.
30 more cross. Okay, thank you very much. 1:15, please.
Here, I'll get it. Get it.
Oh, no.
No, we all said
It's just so.
Scared?
I just. Hit that.
Oh. Oh, God.
Thank you. How much is so I guess I'll stand here.
They're all.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back. We'll go back on the record in 250104. Anything before we get started? Anyone?
No, not for me. I think we did do our read-in, and I found the missing exhibit, so I think we're all set, but we can talk about that at the end.
Great, thank you. Then we will turn it back over to the Office of Consumer Counsel, please.
All right, thank you. I'm Rory Apollonia, accounts examiner for OCC. Thanks for being here. So I'm gonna first go to 2025 0218 UI Attachment 1 RAM rate exhibits for rates effective May 1, 2025 spreadsheet, tab Exhibit G TAC, page 1. Just let me know when you're there.
I am there.
All right, so go to line 5. And my question here is, why is the source in column D stating it is line 4?
I might need help seeing what you're seeing.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Mr. Apollonia, because there was an Exhibit G submitted with the February rates filing, are you referring to attachment 1 from the February 18th rates filing, the tab entitled Exhibit G TAC?
Yeah, that is what I'm referring to.
My apologies, I pulled up the wrong exhibit. One moment.
Okay.
The exhibit you're looking at, Mr. Apollonia, does it have 38 numbered lines? Just to make sure I've pulled up the correct.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
The exhibit you're looking at, it has 38 numbered lines. Header, transmission adjustment clause, TAC rate, thousands of dollars.
Yes.
All right, I'm with you. My apologies.
Okay, so I'll restate my question. So if you look at line 5, why is the source in column D stating it is line 4?
Because that is the correct reference. I've pulled up the March 3rd Exhibit G, page 1, and line 4 of that exhibit contains the number being reflected here.
Okay. So this came in February, but you're referring to something that came in later in March?
Correct.
Okay.
My understanding of the process for the RAM is we make staged filings, with the filing in middle of January for known and measurable, the filing in middle of February for rates, and then the more fulsome RAM filing early March.
Okay. So this, what you're saying, situation is the reason why line 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 18, 19, 20, and 21 of the same tab has like a different source information compared to what I'm seeing it listed in that spreadsheet.
Yeah, we're doing a quick compare of each line between the two exhibits I noted, and they all appear to align. For example, you asked about numbered line 5 with a value of just over 179 million. We see that same number on numbered line 4 of the March 3rd Exhibit G TAC exhibit. The next line, I see a value of $16,585,561 with a reference to Exhibit G, page 1, line 5. Looking again at that same exhibit, I see that same figure, and so on and so forth for the other lines here.
Okay, thank you. Right. Where is the company sourcing cell C5, which is the $179,042,007 a negative?
One moment.
When we do the February 18th rate, February 15th rate calculation, we use the first page of the respective exhibits that are going to be filed on March 1st. So we don't have all those yet, but the first page of all those exhibits shows the buildup of the revenue requirement. So when I do this filing, I get sent that first page. So if you look then at the March 1st, which this year was March 3rd filing on the same, the respective page, you'll see the sources for each one of those will send you to the proper calculation or documentation in the larger exhibit. But when we do the rate filing, the larger exhibit doesn't exist yet, just that front page.
Okay, so that's the problem right there. You're saying that it doesn't exist. Are you guys creating it? Where is it coming from?
Well, it's coming from the exhibit owners who file it.
I think doesn't exist is in the parlance of on the record in this case.
Okay.
Subsequently gets filed in early March.
All right, thank you. Let's go back to the same spreadsheet that we're looking at. So I'm gonna move the tab Exhibit S, Billing Unit, page 1 of 6, Excel row 8.
Okay, where the months are?
Correct. So those months, what year are they corresponding to?
That's the test year.
Okay. All right, let's go back to Exhibit G, TAC, page 1 of 1, and go to lines 34 through 37.
Yes.
Great. My question here is, who sets the gross receipts tax for each category listed per line?
That's set by statute.
Okay.
Or that was set by an authority order. I think it was 990335 that unbundled those. The statute says 4% for residential, 5% for non-residential. But in that decision, because we had a strip out generation back, that the authority ordered 6.8% for residential and 8.5% for non-residential.
Okay, thank you. All right, turn to Exhibit F, FMCC, page 1 of 1, tab of the same spreadsheet. Why is the beginning balance, just let me know when you're there.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
Yep. So turn to Exhibit F of NBFMCC, page 1 of 1.
Yes.
Same spreadsheet.
We're there. Thank you.
Okay, great. Why is the beginning balance at January 1, 2024 shortfall source stating Exhibit F, page 1 of 19, line 2? Is this the same scenario as what you were?
Absolutely, yes. You should be able to find that in the March 3rd filing in the Exhibit F.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's turn to tab Exhibit K, RAM, rate calc, page 1 of 4, line 30.
Yes.
Column C, D, and E. Why are the totals, which is 4,846,921,200, the same for categories transmission, MB, FMCC, and SBC?
That's the total energy, which is the total energy is the sales that happen. So, I mean, that's the same value for all 4 of those. It's not a financial value. It's a sales value.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna go to Exhibit B of the narrative and glossary of terms filed on March 3rd, 2025, page 6.
Is that page 6 of the PDF or page 6 of the narrative?
All right, let me just hold on one second. Yeah, I think it's page 6 of the PDF.
Did you reference a line?
Yes, well, actually, no, I'm not referencing one line. I'm just wondering, what were the reasons for the projects paying delay damages here?
Exhibit PDF page 6 of Exhibit A, as I see it, is a.
Yep. So, Mr. Apollonia, I believe that you're referring to the page 6 of the RAM application, not the glossary itself. And you're specifically talking about the delay damages statement?
Well, it's page 6 here, and this is, scroll up. This is the 2025 RAM application.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that.
I can answer that question. So you're specifically talking about number 1 where it says projects paying delay damages?
Correct.
Okay. Yep. So as we state in the narrative here, in 2024, payments were made for delay damages from 3 projects: Constitution Solar, Generate MB Fuel Cells LLC, Hecate Albany, Litchfield, and 5 projects, excuse me. I think we said the word 3. It should have been 5. Apologies for that. The delay damages are an element of our power purchase agreement contracts. They need to meet a particular COD date and commercial operation date. And if the commercial operation date is not met, the projects are subject to a daily delay damage charge. And we apply those delay damages as credits.
Okay, thank you. So we move down one page to PDF page 7. Why is the company stating that the net cost for Millstone Nuclear Station is lowered by 5.2 million?
I think Mr. Stanley addressed the fact that there was a one-time adjustment in last year's 2024 RAM of $5 million. And so it's part of the reason for why the net costs between 24 and 25 are different. Excuse me, 23 and 24 are different, as well as I think I previously stated that the kilowatt hours purchased from Millstone in 2024 were higher than in 2023.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying, but the reason for that question is another spreadsheet. If you go to 2025 0303 Exhibit F, MB FMCC spreadsheet, tab Exhibit F, page 2, row 26, which is really Excel row 34. You're going to see a variance for Millstone, which is a positive $5,165,199.
Yep.
So the cost for 2023 were less by about $5 million due to those remittances. So the year-over-year change is the difference between the 23 and the 24 with the $5 million credit in 23.
Okay. I'm just going to pull up that spreadsheet right now. Okay. And you're good with a positive number here for the variance?
Right, because it's a net cost. So the net cost was lower in 2023 due to the credit that was applied.
Okay. Thank you for that. I see that. So let's go to page 9 in Exhibit B, narrative glossary of terms. I think that's PDF page 9. My question here, is why is the company stating there was a $2.8 million increase to the to the Connecticut gross earnings tax in 2024? All right, actually PDF page 11. Thanks, Tom.
Mr. Apollonia, could you just maybe repeat where you are? Because we just want to answer your question. We see a 2.8, I see a 2.8 on page 9 of the narrative referring to the gross earnings tax. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so that's the third paragraph down, 2.8 million higher.
Okay, and that is,
That's consistent with, and I've got our UI's March 3rd filing open, Exhibit G, page 2, numbered line 9 is where that variance is reflected.
Okay, and this spreadsheet that you're referring to, is that it's not the March 3rd Exhibit H SBC spreadsheet, correct?
No, it's the March 3rd Exhibit G spreadsheet.
Exhibit G. All right, so if you go to the Exhibit H spreadsheet for the SBC, tab, oh, did you say H? I'm sorry.
So the section of the narrative that you're pointing to, I see that the sentence is visually very close to the header for the SBC, but it is above the header. So this sentence referencing the 2.8 million of the TAC, or excuse me, of gross earnings TAC, is in the TAC section. It is followed in the narrative by a discussion of the SBC.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. All right, we're gonna go to tab Exhibit H, page 3, Excel row 51 of the same spreadsheet.
I'm there.
Okay, why is the company using a prime rate as of December 31, 2024 instead of a more recent update?
The rate on March 1st, 2025 is the same as is reflected here.
I'm talking about 2024, not 2025.
And what I'm saying is the more recent prime rate that you asked us, why didn't we reflect, it would be no different than what we've done here.
All right, prime rate's the same, thank you. So now I'm just gonna go more general here, not, I'm gonna move on to medical customers. So that's in the 2025 March 3rd spreadsheet, Exhibit H, SBC, tab, Exhibit H, page 5, Microsoft Excel's D9 through D21. Can you just let me know when you're there?
We may need to get the SBC folks up at the table.
All right.
If you just give us a moment.
Thank you.
Yes, well, Ms. Rosso and Ms. Walson, that gets settled. Mr. Apollonia, was that Exhibit H, page 5, the medical and hardship numbers?
We're actually just gonna pass on that, this whole section. We're just gonna let it go. Yeah, for the sake of time, let's keep moving. So let's move forward to the TAC. So I'll be looking at the March 3rd so our March 3rd Exhibit G tax spreadsheet, tab Exhibit G, page 1, Microsoft Excel rows 34 and 35.
I'm there.
Okay, good. So there are two footnotes here, or I'm looking at two. So footnote numbers 2 and 3. The company is referencing a motion 10 attachment 2 spreadsheet and docket number 230104. Is that correct?
We are, although I'll note that these are the two footnotes I corrected in the direct portion of this cross-examination.
Right, and that was okay, I figured that was that. All right, great. So that solves that. All right. How many kilowatts on average does a customer have to use to get, well, actually, no, I'm gonna move from that. Just generally asking, was there an increase in kilowatt electricity sales from 2023 to 2024?
We're checking. Were you asking kilowatts or kilowatt hours?
Kilowatt hours.
Just 1 second.
Mr. Apollonia, yes, the kilowatt hour consumption increased in 2024 over 2023.
Okay, do you have an exhibit showing that?
We don't have a comparison year to year over for kilowatt hours. We can piece that together by referring to the filing this year in 25-0104 that shows the 2024 and compare that to the filing last year in 2024-0104 that shows it for 2023. We can put something together if that would be useful as part of the process where we show comparisons of financial values, but we haven't shown a comparison year over year of kilowatt hour sales.
Okay, I would like to know which exhibit shows the 2024 sales.
You can find that in the referenced Exhibit S that we talked about earlier.
Okay.
So, and you can compare that to the February 14th or 15th filing from last year, and you can see the detail kilowatt hour spread by month by rate schedule.
All right, thank you. So moving forward, what are the forecasted kilowatt hour sales for May through April of 2025, 2026 year?
Well, because we don't use a forecast, we use as a proxy for the forecast, the test year sales. So you can go to Exhibit S and you can find what we will use for the denominator of our rate equations from May through December, and then it wraps around and goes back January through April.
Okay, thank you for that. I think my last question is, does the company have problems forecasting future kilowatt hour sales? Just generally?
No.
No? All right, that's good. All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and to the panel, Claire Coleman, Office of Consumer Counsel. Just have a couple questions for Ms. Prescott related to OCC 36 to 43.
I'm
All
prepared.
set.
Yes.
Great.
I want to direct your attention to OCC 36 to 43. All of these questions relate to UI's ability to self-manage supply or a portion of supply for standard service, which, given market dynamics, I think is becoming increasingly important to explore and kind of prove out whether it can be cost effective. And we appreciated your answers to some of these interrogatories. I just have a couple follow-up questions to make sure we understand the company's position. So from UI's response to OCC 36, is it fair to state that UI agrees that the current procurement plan in place allows for both EDCs to self-manage a portion of standard service subject to the approval of the procurement manager?
Yes, I think in our response, we tried to refer to docket 120602 REO 10, REO 1, excuse me, REO 1, and indicated that we believe that it's the procurement manager has the authority to approve self-supply.
Okay, great. And then in response to OCC 39, talking about cost recovery through the GSC, is it correct that your response, in essence, is that the GSC would be an appropriate line item to recover the costs, but UI is seeking specific pure authorization for this, the recovery of the costs that are detailed in terms of developing that capability?
Correct. I think going back to the question was, would the company anticipate recovering the costs of additional staff necessary for self-management through the GSC charge? And the answer is yes. I think that the required staff would be associated with self-management, which would be standard service costs and would be appropriate to be recovered under the GSC.
So is it UI's position that you need approval from the authority separate from the approval from the procurement manager in order to initiate the capability for self-supply?
I would say that, a full legal analysis perhaps hasn't been performed, but I would say as a director of wholesale power contracts and responsible for this activity, I think as a company, we would be more comfortable with authorities' approval of not only the any sort of consultants that we might have to hire or support GSC, as well as the labor for internal labor before we were to employ those employees.
Okay, so for example, OCC 41, UI's response says that it would take about 8 to 12 months to be ready to perform these duties, and it details conducting an RFP for a consultant. Let's say in a scenario, the procurement manager directed UI said, okay, let's do 20%, self-supply capability. You need to have the capabilities in place in order to implement that directive for a particular procurement, right?
Just to be clear, if I could, we said 8 to 12 months, assuming it's about $750,000. If it's over $750,000, I think our purchasing department may require more time. So just to be clear.
Okay.
But to that, thinking through that scenario, I would say in that hypothesis, excuse me, this mic seems very close to me. In that scenario, if assuming it's $750,000 or less, I think that we could perhaps procure for the term a little, excuse me, I'm just trying to answer your question. Let me go back. Given the fact that we procure for terms prior to serving that term load, I would say that we would need probably 7 to 12 months or so or 8 to 12 months from the time before we were to serve that load. We'd have to have those services in place. So that might be slightly different answer of from the time the procurement manager would provide that I'd need the time before I had to serve the load.
Right. So you'd need that time, that run-up time before, let's say on a bid day, the procurement manager said, okay, UI, we want you to self-manage 20% of the load. You would have needed that runtime of 8 to 10 months or 8 to 12 months before that is actually possible to implement.
For the first time,
Right.
yes.
Okay, so essentially you would need to set up and incur these costs before the procurement manager would be able to direct UI to self-manage for a particular procurement day.
I don't think that I would, let me see, let me think that. I think those are a lot of details to probably be worked out, and I appreciate the questions because they are things that we're thinking about because we currently are not staffed for self-supply, as you can tell through your questions. The detail of exactly when we could offer self-supply and the resources that we'd have to have in place probably deserve some more thinking, but in this moment now, I would say that we would not want to incur any costs before they were authorized by the procurement manager. So that I would say that we wouldn't be able to offer self-supply until we had the resources and in place.
Okay. Shifting to those cost estimates, in response to OCC 42, state that UI would require internal staff and outside services to perform the self-management duties. Is that the framework that you have in place at NYSEG, a combination of in-house expertise with consultant services?
Yes.
And the cost estimate, recognizing it's a high-level preliminary estimate of 8 staff at a cost of 1.6 million, does that include the anticipated consultant cost needs referenced in OCC 42? Or is that just for the 8 staff, the 1.6 million?
That excludes the external costs, so you would need to add those together.
Does that cost estimate reflect any anticipated shared resources between UI and NYSEG?
No, it would be a separate staffing.
You don't think there'd be an ability to leverage any of the resources or expertise from the NYSEG team to work with a UI team and kind of reduce the number of additional staff needed?
No, I appreciate that question. We actually have thought about that. But given the daily nature of the bidding and clearing for self-supply, the NYSEG RG&E group is fully occupied, and for a self-supply for standard service piece, that they wouldn't be able to accommodate to do that for us.
Okay, and even if there's no staffing resources, I imagine as with the same parent company, there's some sharing of expertise at least and lesson learned and.
I think, your questions were appropriate to ask us. And as we indicated in our responses, some of those staffing and things maybe we would experience lower staff levels upon actually, doing the detailed work. There might be some sharing of resources or contracts with consultants or maybe some forecasting other materials and things that we may be able to accommodate, which is why we tried to explain that in our response, which the number seems large, but when we look through it, we just wanted to make sure that we were fully accommodating and giving color to the authority and to OCC for the question to make sure that we're not underestimating the effort since we have not done it formally for standard service.
Okay, great. And in terms of that cost estimate, and I think you just acknowledged that it's not, it's a high level estimate at this point. I think you said a detailed analysis for all requirements would be needed. What is the company looking for specific direction in order to conduct that more detailed analysis?
I think yes, the answer would be yes, excuse me, before I hypothesize on any more. We anticipate, as you know, when we do our procurement days, we have discussions of the selections of which the procurement manager is present, as well as OCC and the consultant as the EDCs. And so I would anticipate that if this were to be further explored, we would like to probably discuss that maybe in a reopener of the procurement statute and perhaps in those discussions when we make the selections.
Okay, so I guess I'm just going back to my initial questions. Further direction from the procurement manager or from the authority as a whole?
I would be most comfortable from direction from, to be documented in the procurement plan, which would have to come from the authority as a whole.
Okay, so in terms of that, those potential costs incurred and the cost recovery, it sounds like maybe you think it would be appropriate to address in the standard service docket, like the current one, 250102, I think, or within the RAM docket like this.
I was subject to check, and I'd have to talk to legal counsel as to what exact dockets. I was thinking that it would be the procurement plan docket, which I think is 120602 REO 1.
Ah, okay.
And mostly, I believe that because although we have the GSC docket that you refer to for the costs and the rate, it doesn't go through the process. And if you go back through the procurement plan docket itself, I think it specifically has words in there like UI is not authorized for self-supply. So, well, not at this time. It said at this time. Excuse me. Let me clarify. And I could try to point you to that. I've read it a few times, but I just wanted to point out because we have that on record. And so we would want to go through and say that it would be, that we would want that authorization to be clear.
Okay, I may not be following you, but I thought at the beginning of our questions, we agreed that the current procurement plan allows UI to self-manage, authorizes UI
I think
to
it does authorize the procurement manager to approve it, but the procurement manager didn't approve it in the plan at that time, at the last time this was investigated. And
Understood.
specifically because UI did not have the staff and currently was not staffed for self-supply. Sorry for the confusion there.
Nope, that's crystal clear. Thank you. That is my last question. Are we? And I think OCC is done.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Attorney Marshall. Thank you. Commissioner Karen.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just I'd like to follow one subject concerning Millstone PPA. So knowing that we have a locked-in price for cost of electricity, regardless of how high gas prices go, Connecticut ratepayers have a hedge against that risk. But what became painfully obvious the past 2 years is we don't have a hedge against the risk when prices are below or are lower prices, which is a good problem to have ordinarily, but not for Connecticut electric ratepayers. Does the company have any ideas of developing a risk against the downside hedge or a hedge of the downside cost of gas being below essentially the $4.99 per kilowatt hour? Is the question clear? We hedge our risk on the upside, but not on the downside. So when we have a good thing that happens, gas prices are lower, Connecticut ratepayers get socked pretty good. And there's no hedge against that.
Right.
Can UI develop one?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Karen. You're identifying the kind of the interplay between the generation service charge and the non-bypassable FMCC, which benefits from higher prices to some degree because they would result in a credit to customers.
Right.
I believe that the company is working on right now some strategies in the new the RAM dockets, and I believe that there are comments going in next week. Cannot remember that docket number off the top of my head.
24-1205.
24-1205. So believe that we are working on some strategies to propose in that filing.
Do you foresee that we'd have to reopen the contract with Deep and Millstone?
I'm sorry?
Would you have to develop or revise the contract with Millstone and Deep?
To do,
to develop that kind of hedge?
I don't think I'm not sure we're completely developing a hedge proposal, so I don't think so.
Okay, okay, thank you. I think that's all, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
There might be some other alternative options, but we need to go back as a group and think through it. Is there any way we could pose this as a supplement to one of the current questions so we can give you a more wholesome answer?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very good. A couple of clarifying questions from various earlier cross. My first question is about alternative compliance payments. And Ms. Prescott, this may be for you, or maybe for our revenue requirements folks. I'm wondering if someone can clarify for me, please, what happens in the event that the ACP is not paid? So does it become, is it treated like an uncollectible or bad debt charge? I know we're crossing multiple components at that point.
I can start. As I understand it, we do not book the alternative compliance payments that are anticipated. We actually just book the actuals. And so if there is a counterparty who does not pay, we notify the authority per one of the orders in the RPS final reports, orders us to, the authority orders those parties to pay, Eversource, UI, Green Bank, and other entities. And if, and then there is a associated order for the EDCs to file with the authority to notify if they were paid or not.
Thank you. So let me just say this back to you. If an ACP is not received, so I think we gave them until April 9th for 240601. If the ACP is not received by April 9th, then PURA can take whatever enforcement action it's going to take. And if we eventually collect on that and remit it to the company, it could be credited in whichever RAM year would be applicable. Right? So
You're exactly correct. And we actually note that in the ACP exhibit on, in Exhibit F, there's a page on ACP, and you'll note that there are prior dockets for RPS compliance noted there. Even it's just dollars received in that calendar year. Many times it's subject to a settlement agreement by the authority, and we receive the dollars and we book it in the year we receive it.
Thank you. And if it's never received, because it has not been booked, it's just as if it never existed from an accounting perspective. Is that a okay way to think about that?
I believe, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Which is perhaps maybe the point you were getting at earlier with the known and measurable filing. Because if you've assumed a level that's being collected in rates and it's over credited to customers, you're gonna have to reconcile it next year. I'm just trying to put together the.
Correct. And this year was a bit unusual because in prior years, the final decision had come out before the close of the year. So this year was unusual because we knew we had received the standard service suppliers ACP. So we did book it because we had it in hand and we booked it. But we knew there was some residual or hangover that would come when the decision was final in the next calendar year, which was what we were trying to flag.
Thank you so much. And I did look at that first point issue over lunch, and I think it was omitted because they actually paid after the draft decision. So,
okay.
So thank you for flagging that earlier. Okay. So my next question is about I just wanted to circle back to the RNS discussion that we had earlier. So there were, if I was understanding the conversation in the filings correctly, there's a $23.5 million known and measurable increase in 2025 in the RMS expenses. And assuming I had that correct, I was hoping that the company could just offer a little bit more of an explanation as to the drivers of that amount, please.
So I'll start and of course, feel free to ask follow-up questions as you see fit, but the RNS rate is set kind of as I was discussing with Attorney Wheel earlier. The regional transmission owners, of which UI is one, submit their various revenue requirements through a process with a lot of transmission-specific committees that ultimately ends up at FERC. And all of those revenue requirements get pooled together, divided by billing determinant, and it sets the RNS rate that will take effect for the region for the upcoming calendar year. That process, the rate that's charged in 2025 stems from a filing. I may not have this date perfectly right, but I think I'm close enough for purposes of this question, that was made with FERC on July 31st of last year. There was some discovery back and forth with the interveners, and that resulting rate reflects all of the revenue requirements of all of the transmission owners divided by all of the billing determinants for all of the people who get charged this rate. And we know what the rate will be for the remainder of 2025. So this $23.5 million known and measurable adjustment is intended to be simply the mathematical result of UI's loads and that rate. And we provided an exhibit showing the calculation of that. I want to say the revised version was filed with our February 18th filing, but I'm just going to confirm to point you to the exact right document. Yes, on February 18th, Exhibit G Tech revised is intended to show, page 1 of that document is intended to show the derivation of that 23.5 million, and it's just as I described, a rate times a load.
Very good. Bless you. So now that, so to say this back to you in part, so you now know what the rate's going to be. So you've tried to apply that rate to the May to December portion of the year?
We have applied this rate to all of the months in 2025.
Okay, let me try to be more precise in my question. So in setting the TAC rate, I guess my question is, so now that you know the rate, like we've already had a couple months of this year, so is the rate trying to make up for the couple of, like, was there enough of a differential between the RNS rate that was in effect at the time you put this filing together and when you found out what it actually was going to be to justify you setting a rate for May to December to catch up on that differential? I know I'm not framing.
I think I see what you're getting at, and we weren't trying to fixate on the May to December to make up for early 2025. We were just trying to calculate what was the company's RNS expense in 2024, and then based on the factors we've discussed, what do we expect the RNS expense to be in 2025? And the known and measurable adjustment is just the difference. If you're getting at the back and forth we had with Pure Staff earlier in the discovery in CAE 29 and 30, I think you could make the case that this known and measurable adjustment should extend into 2026, but then we would have to make some assumptions around what the next RNS rate will be. Because this particular RNS rate that we know now will not continue throughout 2026. So you would have to then make some assumptions about how that would work.
Understood, because the RNS is a calendar year, not a.
I think we do it on a 1-month lag, but yes, effectively.
Okay, thank you. So the other way to, thank you for walking through the process. That's clear to me now. So the way to think about this is that the 23.5 million increase essentially reflects an increase in transmission projects coming from the entire region that were completed and are now being divided across UI's distribution load.
That's right.
That's the driver. Okay.
That's right. And well, more projects is a very significant driver, but any element that affects the transmission revenue requirement, including operating expenses or just like we have historical true ups in this RAM, so too is there a historical true up in that RNS computation. But to your point, yes, projects will be a significant part of this.
Got it. Thank you so much. I think I'm all set on that. And my last question or question area, I just wanted to circle back to the carrying charge question for a second. The discussion you all had earlier with staff was very helpful. The only component of that I think I didn't understand, or maybe we didn't quite get to, was when the carrying charges are assessed, when you're doing the monthly calculation, is it assessed to, how can I ask this? So the revenue requirement for that component is comprised of both the expected expenses for that year plus the shortfall from the prior year. So my question is the carrying charge assessed to that entire revenue requirement, or is it only assessed to the shortfall from the prior year?
I'm going to try to answer your question and then invite my colleagues to clarify, or if I've misunderstood what you're asking, of course, please set me straight. So going back to the discussion with Pura staff, I talked about the principles of corporate finance, and I think the principles of corporate finance here would be that the company has to fund the balance that's been deferred, or conversely, has benefited from customers funding the balance that has been deferred as of that moment in time. So to your point, in the rate setting process, there could be a difference between our expectation of expense and our actual expenses. But the intention of this carrying cost calculation, and I think what all of those carrying cost exhibit reflect, is it will be the balance as of the prior month. We'll adjust for the revenues that we take in, the expenses that go out, and apply it to that new deferral balance. So to the extent the factors you touched on impact the revenues coming in or the expenses going out, it would be incorporated into the calculation in that way. But our intention in doing this calculation is to measure the impact on the company's capital funding needs, which would be based on the deferral balance across the month. And we do the averaging convention we discussed with Pura staff to measure that. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Well, maybe. My questions, admittedly, as was discussed earlier, may be more appropriate for 24-1205. Just while I had you all here, I was trying to get a jump on seeing if I understood what was happening. I mean, we've discussed from time to time the possibility of reconciling more frequently. And if you think about the RAM as attempting to reconcile, or as attempting to mimic a contemporaneous cost recovery, just trying to understand carrying charges through that lens.
If it helps, I'll do an analogy. So if I have a credit card bill and I owe $10,000 on my credit card bill, and the next month I charge another $5 and I pay $2, it's going to be on that ending balance. So the 10 plus the 5 minus the 2. So it's going to be on 13. So I take the 13 and I apply the carrying charges. Again, the carrying charges are, right now, they're 7.5 for the full year. So we take the 7.5, divide it by 12, and that's 1 month of carrying charges. Those carrying charges go on that 13. So then that 13 carries forward to the next month. And say in that scenario, I charge 1, right? So now I'm up to 14 that I owe, but I pay down 4. So now I'm at 10 again. The carrying charges are on the 10. Again, carrying charges are full year divided by 12 for that 1 month, and it carries forward. So in what's happening here is it's looking at what's the net. So the credit card company is saying, well, I've given you, what's the net that I've given you that is out there that you need to be paying me for a finance charge? Because there's implicit costs of me lending you that money, right? And so what is the implicit cost that is for me lending? I'm not using it on other things that I could be using it on, right? So I'm not using it to invest elsewhere and make other money within the market. And so that's what the carrying charge balance is on, but it's applied each month on a different balance depending on the ins and outs of that balance, if that's helpful.
That's very helpful. I think so maybe if I can just ask a different variation of the question, like if we were starting RAM fresh today, had no shortfall or over collection, I think what I'm struggling with is it sounds like if we all did our very best and we projected that it was going to be $100 for that year, and and we set a rate that we thought was going to collect that $100. But in any given month, our sales projection or rates was off. It sounds like in how we currently do it, carrying charges are going to be assessed no matter what, even if the RAM is set up to, in theory, be a contemporaneous cost recovery mechanism.
I'll say something that I think gets at what you're getting at. So we've got those written comments going in at, I think, the end of the week in that other proceeding, and we were asked Discovery about it, and adjustment Eversource made. And I think all of those things, and even your question, kind of get at minimizing the deferral balance to the greatest extent possible, matching revenues and expenses as closely as we're able. And that will have an effect on the carrying cost calculation. The more there's a disconnect between revenues and expenses, the more carrying costs will attract. I think the fundamental mechanics of this carrying cost calculation, I would think, would apply in any design of the RAM, because as Ms. Van Luling just exactly explained, like a credit card, if you have a balance, you will owe carrying costs on that balance. I think of those written comments going in later this week, that other proceeding, the Discovery, you're reconciling the RAM twice a year or more often. I think it all gets at minimizing that deferral balance to the greatest extent possible so that revenues and expenses closely match. And if we successfully accomplish that goal, that will then have the flow through effect of minimizing carrying costs. I think the mechanic of the calculation is, how much is your credit card bill, or conversely, how much does a credit card company owe you? And then we just mechanically apply carrying costs on top of that for the reasons Ms. Van Luling described. But I think those other venues, as I think about them, are kind of getting at how do we minimize that deferral balance so the impact of carrying costs is less.
Thank you. So that is very helpful. To connect it to this proceeding, I guess my last question here would be, I'm still trying to understand the, and I apologize, I can't recall if it's you all or Eversource who we seem to think is showing it differently, or the first 4 months of the year showing as like it's been backed out. I'm starting to feel like this was an Eversource thing.
Eversource had proposed an adjustment, and
Yep.
we discussed that adjustment earlier today in a Discovery.
Right, okay. So to connect that to the carrying charge, but you all did not propose that adjustment.
We did not propose that adjustment, and that goes back to the discussion earlier on like maintaining the methodology, like this is the methodology. We just want to stick to a methodology that's been set. But upon that, in this scenario where there would be projected over collections, we would pay carrying charges to ratepayers on that. So they would get the, instead of ratepayers paying carrying charges to us because we've lent money to them, we would be paying carrying charges to them because they've lent money to us. So the carrying charges go both ways, depending if it's an asset or a liability.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think what I'm trying to figure out mechanically is if, in the future through this other docket, we decide to make a change to the methodology, trying to figure out how those first 4 months, like when you're stacking the calculation to figure out the revenue requirement for the current year, it feels to me intuitively like where that inserts into the calculation matters in setting the rate and the carrying charges for the coming year. But maybe that's just something I need to think through a little bit
It
more.
wouldn't matter theoretically in the long run, because at the end of the day, the carrying charges are on the actual balances, right? So if we've done these projections and we're saying we'll be over collected from customers, but we're not, in the actuals, we won't owe any carrying charges. But all the carrying charges get trued up in the next year. So if what happens is what we're projecting happens, and we are in a position of over collections, we will apply the carrying charges, and we will owe carrying charges back to customers. So then when you go reset rates again, you'll have essentially a regulatory liability, which is amounts of money that UI owes to the ratepayers that would be equivalent to those carrying charges that would be used to reduce rates in the future.
Thank you.
And just to talk further about the 4 months and the carrying cost specifically, as we discussed earlier and Ms. Van Luling just described, even if you were to make a known and measurable adjustment, that wouldn't directly impact the mechanics of the carrying cost calculation. But to Ms. Van Luling's point in your question, it would impact the revenues coming in, which would then have an effect on the carrying cost calculation. Or said differently, the more closely the rate produces revenues that match expense, the less carrying cost is attracted. The bigger the difference, the more carrying cost is attracted. And so to the extent we're able to set rates that more closely match reality, to the extent we're able to better anticipate what's going to happen in the future, there should, as a result of that, be less carrying costs. But you wouldn't change the baseline mechanic of the carrying cost calculation, which is just a measure of your credit card bill. What was the deferral balance last month? What was the revenues coming in? What were the expenses going out? I think that basic framework wouldn't change, but to the extent we're able to better design the revenues so that revenues and expenses match, that would reduce the amount of carrying costs produced by this calculation.
I think I'm following you now. So even if we were to take those 4 months and treat it as a known and measurable adjustment, unless we were actually physically adjusting the end of the calendar year balance, we're not having any effect on the calculation of the carrying charge.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. That was very helpful, and I appreciate you entertaining those questions. I don't have anything further, so Attorney Yvonne, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
Please, yeah, could you have 5 minutes maybe?
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I hope I'm checking there. It's the head of forecasting. Are you doing your job?
Yeah.
Mr. Hurwitz and Ms. Van Luling, do you recall questions earlier on the LiDAR procurement process?
I do.
Could you explain further the company's LiDAR procurement process?
Sure. So the way the procurement process works is it's different for something that we call a framework agreement versus a non-framework agreement. And so for a framework agreement, if you think of it, it's a solution of different products or different services. So we'll go out through the regular purchasing process and say, we're looking for a vendor to provide these certain types of services. And we'll get bids through the normal procurement process for those types of services. And we'll go with the lowest bidder through the procurement process of whoever that bidder is. And once that bidder is assigned, they're in charge of providing that suite of services that were outlined in that procurement. And that's what falls under the framework agreement. So if any of the products that we're looking for are included within that services agreement, they go to that vendor, but that vendor went through the full procurement process. And you usually get cheaper prices that way because when you're offering a larger package to different vendors, they can bid lower on prices so that it's more economical because you're providing more dollars to that particular vendor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Prescott, do you recall cross-examination on the issue of self-supply?
I do.
Is the company proposing to engage in self-supply in this case?
No, we haven't formally proposed that. We're responding to the questions by OCC as issued in the interrogatories in this docket.
Nothing further from me.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our agenda with the exception of considering any further administrative matters. So we have 6 supplements, I think 5 discussed with authority staff and maybe 1 discussed with OCC.
Yes, I have a supplement to OCC 5, OCC 7, CC 29. I believe there was a request to supplement the Exhibit G TAC and the Exhibit H breakdown of the BFP, the hardship and medical hardship categories. And then I believe there was a request from Commissioner Karen to provide some supplemental information on the millstone hedging. Am I missing anything with those 6?
No, I think you had 1 more than I did, so you're all set. Okay, when does the company anticipate being able to provide those supplements?
Would it be possible to have a week? Is that reasonable?
Yes. I think I made eye contact with everyone necessary. A week seems fine. So 4 p.m. on March 19th. Okay, very good. Are there any other administrative matters?
Not for me.
All right. Thank you very much to all the witnesses and the parties. We are adjourned.